Написано же live. Чё она говорит, что чат disconnected? Все должно быть нормально. Окей. Чё ты там, тиктоки смотришь? Прикольные?
Я теперь весь этот сериалсики с этим, с Майнкрафтом.
С Майнкрафтом?
Да.
Cursed.
Да.
Чё он так долго открывает его? Stop. Ba 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 ra ba 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 ba. Won't stop. Так, сейчас. Window. И какое-то раздражение на бороде пошло. Так, чуть розовое. Ты мне расчесала его.
Ты мне расчесал на улице. Ты мыл лицо?
Я?
Да.
Конечно. Я каждый день мою. Каждые часа 4 мою. 3. Нет, не смылом. Споласкиваю. С мылом реже. С мылом на ночь. Не слышно. Какое там было гифка, чел, тебя не слышно или что? Да. От тебя. Я отправил ее сейчас тебе. I want you. Чё? 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 Ты даже ничего говоришь плохо, вот. Ты прям говорящий этот, Том. Ой, сегодня будет... Не, если сегодня ничего не заработает, это будет грустно. Мне на Ликабле вчера показал, что можно риг сделать прикольно. Я еще не понимаю, что я сказал. Я сейчас буду заново делать скелет. Full body rig. Погнали. А, у него что-то скелеты... А, есть. А, потому что я использовал все время один и тот же скелет. Сделаем новый. Так, на начало оставим им один и тот же. Актор. Теперь нажимаю Convert to Skeletal Mesh, Create New. Там вроде буква L или N. Сейчас погуглим туториал, как создавать правильно скелет. Вот он! Он очень крутой.
And we are talking about skeletons today. So we're going to be talking about all factoring, taking a look at retargeting things. I'm going to go ahead and coder. That would be an Unreal here. Skeletons. I'm going to do, which is a skeleton asset. Usually you can find it in your browser next to your skeletal mesh. And your skeleton is actually the bones that are inside of your character's skin. And the easiest way to visualize those is if we go to bones in our viewer and we just turn on all hierarchy, you will see a series of bones. And you can think of these just like your bones that you have in your body. There's a little bit more in a human body in the sense that you have all kinds of muscles and tendons on it, but forget about all that bone. Let's see if I can do this right here in editor. If I pick it and move it, our character arm moves. That's it. That's kind of like the two main parts of what people are talking about when they're talking about skeletons. Oftentimes they mix it up. Skeletal mesh is a visual, skeleton is the actual bones. Now, the interesting thing about bones in Unreal, or not bones, skeletal assets in Unreal Engine is we can share them. And we can retarget them, and we can do all kinds of cool things. So let's talk a little bit about why and how this all works. First thing you need to know about a skeleton in Unreal Engine is it's literally just a list of joints and their positions, as well as a snapshot of a reference pose. So all of the rotations, all of the movement comes from the rotations from animation that is done separately. So your skeleton is literally just storing all of your joints. You can see these over here in our default third-person character. These are all of our joints and their positions. Now what's important about this and why this is important is because we have a goal of being able to share our animations. And the way we do that is we use skeletal retargeting. Now there's all kinds of different retargeting in Unreal Engine. We are going to be talking specifically today about same skeletal hierarchy retargeting. Now, what do I mean by hierarchy? The hierarchy is the order of joints. How are they parented together? So your hip bone's connected to your, your leg bone and all those. Remember that old song? Except in this case, your spine is attached. Spine 1 is parent, or spine 5 is parented to spine 4, is parented to spine 3, to spine, etc., all the way up the chain. So, for example, your lower arm is parented to your upper arm, which is parented to your clavicle. That's what I mean by hierarchy, the order, the parenting structure of your joints. Now, this is hugely important because that hierarchy needs to be the same when we are sharing skeletal assets. So, let's take a quick step back and talk about why we want to share skeletal assets, and because of that, as a result of that, animations. We want to do this because we want to have the option to do a whole lot less work. So let's say that we create a run. Do I want to re-author the run for every character in my game? Ideally not, especially if it's similar characters. Maybe we can use the same run with some slight adjustments or things like that. So in order to be able to reuse animations across characters, especially early on in prototype when you're getting things done, they need to have the same skeletal hierarchy for the most part. There's some caveats to that. We'll get to that in a second. So our skeleton is a list of joints, their locations, and a snapshot of their original proportions and kind of pose of where they are. A couple other things that are important to understand about what your skeleton specifically stores. If you look over here in the bottom right, your skeleton stores and notifies, curves, and it also stores your slides. So just something to keep in mind. Now, let me bring up my notes so that I make sure that we're kind of covering this stuff in the right order. Okay, a couple other things to note before we actually get into sharing of our skeletons. When we create a skeleton, right now you'll notice, and we mentioned this once before in one of our previous tutorials, you'll notice that if I turn on the move manipulator, you'll notice that there are these axes that show up, okay? X is pointing down the joint. Z is pointing out the shoulder, and Y is pointing forward. Every single joint in here, if you pick it, you'll notice, hold on, let me zoom in, you'll notice X is pointing down the joint. Same thing for the elbow. This is an important thing to note. Now, technically speaking, ideally, you want one of your axes pointing directly down the joint. The reason for that is because that basically gives you twist and rotation basically in line with the axis. So you can do things like a princess wave or an elbow bend and stuff like that. The axis that you choose to point down the joint when you're setting up your own skeletons, technically speaking, does not have to be X. But I'm going to propose that it should be. And here's why. First off, Unreal uses X. And there's some historical reasons for that. Coder, I was wondering here, I always ask myself how to make eye animations using skeleton. Is that simple, Kevin? Yes, it can be. So, for example, real quick question on eye animation. If you create a joint for your eyeball and you just parent your eyeballs to that, and then your animations will follow that. It can be that simple. Now, what we were talking about specifically about why is X down the axis of the joint? We have built, or I have built systems where Y was down or others, and quickly in time we run into an old historical issue in Unreal Engine, which is physics. Physics was a lot happier in the past if X pointed down the axis of the joint. So historically, X was down the axis so that we could do things like ragdoll and all that kind of stuff. It has stuck around, even though the docs for skeletons have not been updated since 5 or any release. As far as I know, that has not changed. So my recommendation is X down the axis. And it's just the way it's been done for long enough. It doesn't hurt you to have it that way. But that is the historical reason of why X, and it has to do with the physics. So that's one. Physics is happier with X down the axis. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the rules about the hierarchy when we are going to start sharing. Actually, let's just do one sharing. All right, so we have this character in our game. Let's go through our third-person shooter, and I'm going to switch our character to be third-person shooter blueprints. Let's just swap our character to be Manny, because that's the one that I was using for everything, and when we play, you'll see that we have Manny running around. Simple enough, right? Okay, let's go to the meshes folder. Generally, I will import these into a separate folder, but for this tutorial, I'm going to import these all right here in the meshes folder just so it's easy for me to swap back and forth. I want to create a character that uses all of the same animations as Manny, but is slightly different. So luckily enough, I made one, I have one, so let's import that. And let's take a look at some of the settings when we do this. We're going to import Manny Short. So what I did, all right, now this is where, first, before I get into what I did, all right, so I have a short Manny and a tall Manny, basically. I created a whole bunch of differently proportioned sized Mannies for the purposes of this demo. Before I import, this is the first step in the decision process that you are going to have as you're working with different skeletons and characters in Unreal. Which skeleton do we use when we import our new character? Now, the first half of this tutorial, we're going to be using this same skeleton as Manny. Arcadius, okay, welcome to the stream. Thanks for hopping in. Okay, so the reason we're going to be using the same skeleton is because we want to share all the animations. And I want to show you some of the implications of being able to share those animations, some of the settings we need to do for retargeting, and then I'm going to show you a way to not share the same skeleton, and also what the pluses and minuses are of both. So first things first, we have a skeleton. Lucian, welcome to the stream. We have a skeleton. It is the exact same skeleton as the Manny, different proportion. So I'm going to make sure I choose the mannequin. There have been no joint changes to this character, exact same everything. So I'm just going to import this. And when I do that, what you'll notice is we get a Manny Short skeletal mesh. But we still only have one skeleton. And just to show you kind of what this dude looks like, this is Manny Short. If we drop Manny Short in the scene and we drop regular Manny in the scene, you'll notice that we have short Manny and tall and medium Manny, 3-bear style. Okay? I'm also going to go ahead and import Manny Tall. And once again, I am going to choose the same skeleton because they are an exact skeletal match. And we'll drop it in so you can kind of see the differences. Okay, so this is Manny Tall. Now, almost right out of the gate, because these characters use the same joint hierarchy, they're the same joint list, the same name, and in the same order, this will just work. Because Unreal Engine is going to do some retargeting for us. But let's just go ahead and show you how that works real quick. If I want to, I don't even have to do anything. I can now choose Short Manny over here, Manny Short. And when I play, you'll notice that I have Short Manny. And Short Manny behaves pretty well. He's about as tall as regular Manny, definitely smaller than tall and medium Manny. So we have Short Manny walking around doing his thing pretty well. Now, the reason this works is because your skeleton only stores joint positions. The rotations actually come from the animation. And then through the retargeting options, this can cause different changes in behaviors. And that's what we want to talk about next. So let's take a look at our retargeting options. So if we bring up our skeleton, first off, this is hidden. You have to know where to look for this. If we click on this gear wheel in the top of this list of joints, there is an option here to show retargeting options. As it stands right now, there's a whole bunch of settings here. We got some animation, we got some animation scaled, we got some skeleton, we got all kinds of stuff. Now, I am going to intentionally break this because I want you all to be able to see what these differences are and what they do. So I'm going to keep this over here to the side. I'm going to go back to our third person thing. Actually, let me do some setup here real quick. So our short Manny, I'm going to put the idle on each of these. So over here in the details for the outliner, I'm going to choose an animation asset, and because these are the exact same skeleton, they all have the same animation, I can use all of the same animation sequences. Here's idle. Okay, now let's put idle on this character. We want an animation asset, idle. So here's our idle, and you'll notice that our character doesn't change that drastically when we do this, and that is because the default retargeted settings that have been set up for these characters are already as you would expect them to be. But let's go back to what they look like if you've not set them up. So our idols look pretty good out of the gate in the default projects, in the starter projects, because somebody has gone through and done all the work. Now, let's do some changes here. I am going to take the root node for our single skeleton that is driving all three of these characters' animations. I'm going to right-click on it, and I'm going to recursively set my retargeting to skeleton. Okay? Now, because... okay, so let's talk about the three options. Skeleton takes the joint position from the original skeleton. Animation takes the joint position from the animation, and animation scaled takes the joint position from the skeleton but scaled by the animation. So those are three of the main options. If I recursively set all of these to animation, watch what happens. Oh, actually you can't see it. Hold on a second, let me go back to skeleton first. We'll recursively set these all to skeleton. I have to be playing to show you these changes. Okay, so if we walk over here, this is skeleton. Now I'm going to change these while we're playing. If I right click and change recursively set these to animation, whoa, did everybody see that? all of my skeletons are the same size now. All 3 characters, my short one, my tall one, and my regular one, they all snapped to be a different size. Interestingly enough, they're not even the right size for Manny. I think they're actually maybe quin-sized. I'd have to double check on that. Okay, but the point here is what is happening is even though we created our characters, skeletons and mesh, one to be short, one to be tall, what is happening is if we set our retargeting options for the joints to be animation, it is blindly taking the animation position and setting all of our joints to be where the animation has it. Okay, if we set all of these back to skeleton recursively, it's a little better. Okay, and if we set these all to animation scaled, it's also slightly different. Now, what are the right settings? The answer is it kind of depends, and it sort of depends on animation. It's a little better. Okay, and if we set these all to animation scaled, it's a little better. Okay, and if we set these all to animation scaled, it's also slightly different. Now, what are the right settings? The answer is it kind of depends, and it sort of depends on your animation setups and things like that, but generally speaking, Unreal is super nice, and if you mouse over an animation setting, if you Control Alt here, it'll give you a nice explanation for you to look at, and it actually explains it really well. So if you just follow this, this is generally a pretty good starting point. So typically, you want your root bone, IK bones, weapon bones, and any kind of markers that will use animation mode. Now, why is that? Let's talk about why that is. Think about it. You have your character skeleton, and then you have this bone that's parented to the root that you use to track your weapon animation, for example. Well, when you actually want that weapon to snap to that bone, you want that bone to be where you animated it. You don't want it to be scaled or anything like that, so that any character can attach their hands to it. So that's why something like your root, your IK world tracking points, you want to know where that joint was in the world. You want that set to animation. Okay, let's keep reading our description. The pelvis, animation scaled, kind of makes sense because... Okay, let's keep reading our... description. The pelvis, animation scaled, kind of makes sense because the distance you want your pelvis to be off the ground, you don't want it to be based on the animation. You don't want it to be the original skeleton either. You want it to be the relative distance of each of your character's pelvises. That makes sense. That's what that one means. And then finally, if we Control Alt, it'll tell us all the other bones will use skeleton. So what I can do to get a reasonable retargeting just from the start is I can recursively set everything to skeleton, then I can take all of my root and interaction stuff, and I can set these to, I can just set each of these to animation scaled, for example. Or actually these should be animation, our pelvis should be animation scaled if we're following the stuff. And all of these are going to get set to animation. Now, if you recall, when we first started, there were actually a lot more settings that had been done for this character, but the overall point here is this is a pretty good start. All right, and it's a pretty good explanation of how this has an impact on the way your character is going to play the animation that you are trying to display on it and share between characters. Okay, so let me take a look at our notes and questions and make sure we're doing okay. So we talked about retargeting. Okay, great. Now, so we talked a little bit about how the skeleton works, how it shares, and these default retargeting options and what they actually mean. And we can see what happens visually. Now let's level this up a little bit, okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to import another character. This one has a ponytail. So let's import this character. And we're going to do Manny short with hair. Now, here's the interesting thing. And this is where we start, things get a little bit more entertaining because remember what I said, we want to share the same skeleton. We don't want to change the hierarchy. But wait, this character is going to have a ponytail. So watch what happens when I import this. I'm going to import it. And what it does is, I now have, it's going to import it. So watch what happens when I import this. It's going to import it. And what it does is, I now have a character that has a ponytail. Okay? And you'll notice that my hierarchy is actually different. I have hair on the back of the head.
Nice.
So this is where we get into what is okay to change in your skeleton between characters that are sharing the same asset. And this is also where things can start to get a little bit crazy from a tracking standpoint. It is okay, as long as your joint names stay the same and your hierarchy stays the same, to add what are called leaf bones. So I can pick any joint in this hierarchy and I can add a child. And that child will not break the hierarchy. It's a new joint that is a leaf. So this hair piece is actually a series of leaf joints that are hair. And that is why I was able to add this to our character and not break the hierarchy and not break all of my animations. So what that means is, just like we've done with these others, I can take our short dude with hair and I can also play the idol on this character. So you'll notice that the idol is there. It's just with hair sticking out of his head. Okay? So let's do one more, because this is going to start to hit home. So leaf nodes, okay. Name changes, not okay. Order changes, not okay. Okay, so let's import one more. And this time what we're going to do is we're going to import our cape. If I can find it. We got tall with a cape. So once again, we are going to keep the same skeleton and we are going to import. Now when we do this, what's going to happen is it's going to be okay, because technically speaking, our cape is a leaf joint that is parented to spine 5. It has not changed any of the hierarchy of previous joints. It does not clash with any of the names of any of the previous joints. So this is a legal change to my core skeleton. Cool? All right. Now, just like with the others, if I drop this character skeleton. Cool? All right. Now, just like with the others, if I drop this character in the game, it's got a cape, and I can play my idle animation on this character as well. No stress. Now, the other thing that I can do is I can also now do things like simulate physics on the hair and the cape for those two characters. And that will also work, and I can show you that here in a second. But that also means that I can change my third-person character, mesh, to be short with hair, for example. And if we play, all of our characters are idling, they're all the correct height, and they all have their stuff. So we are successfully reusing the same animations because our same core skeleton is intact, and we are able to make some changes to our skeleton hierarchy as long as it is only leaf bones and as long as the joints do not clash with the names of other joints in our hierarchy. But let me show you what just happened. When we did this, look what happened to our skeletal asset. If you look at our skeletal asset, there are now a whole bunch of extra joints in here. You can see these here. Here's our cape. And then let me close down our arms just so we can see them. And we have our hair. Both of these are here. And if I change this mesh, I think you'll see them. Wait, that was the wrong one. Short with hair. So you'll notice that when I switch to short with hair, those joints now display. Unreal's smart enough to show which ones are actually being used, etc. But what this means, though, is we have actually changed our core skeleton. We have now added joints to it. So hopefully you're starting to understand, the more accessories we add in, the more changes we make to accommodate different characters, the more variants we will get. We'll have different hairs, maybe we have 3 different types of capes.
Вот это прикольно, вот хайпит меня сейчас.
Holster positions. It can start to get a little bit overwhelming, and this is what I refer to as skeleton bloat. Because when I sit down to make a character with a cape, there's only one set of joints for this cape, but maybe the next cape is a twin-tailed cape, right? But all people know superheroes aren't supposed to use capes, right? But anyways, point is, with that, what we've got is we have the potential now to, okay, wait a minute, I need a new cape, and it has 2 tails, so is that going to be left cape 01 and right cape 01? And then fast forward in the future, there's a third cape that comes that has 2 pieces.
Это что такое?
When I sit down to make that cape, I have to make sure that all of the joints are named exactly the same. Because if they don't, I won't be able to reuse them. And as much as possible, I want the joints to be same rotation, etc. Not same position, but as close to same rotation as possible to maximize reusability. So what can happen is, if you have a lot of characters in your game, this can start to get unwieldy. The number of joints that are in your base character, the keeping track of the names across variations and things like that can really start to get unwieldy. And there's a cool fix for this we're going to talk about here in a second. But because of this, this is why you have seen all of the videos that Unreal has put out for things like the Fortnite. Like there's the Fortnite gear system videos. I will find a link to that and I will drop it in the comments down below for afterwards. It's a really great video. They go over 3 different ways to reuse different compartmentalized pieces of characters, basically modular characters, using compatibility mode or leader modes, IK retargeting, etc. And the reason for that is all those different accessories would blow this skeleton up. It would become a giant list of goodness knows what, and trying to keep track of all that could be insane. But with some of these methods where we're actually attaching a second skeleton to our base skeleton, we can keep our core base skeleton clean, and then we can use these attachment methods and different techniques to drive all of our gear and different equipments and things like that without corrupting our base skeleton, as an example. Is everybody with me so far? So let's talk about one more issue before we do this a different way. All right, and we're going to talk about sockets. So another interesting thing about skeletons, other than storing your curves, your data, your notifies, and all those kinds of things, your retargeting options, this is also where we store all of our socket information. What is a socket? A socket is you can think of it as a locator in space or position in space. It's a node that you can use to attach items to. So for example, if you wanted to have your weapon follow the character's hand, if you were to snap your weapon to the character's hand, let me show you, it would line up right where the wrist is. It would be very difficult to get the offsets and stuff in there. But what you could do is create a socket for it. So let's do that. So if we just go into here, it's pretty common to create a hand socket. If you just right click on any joint, you can choose add socket. And this socket will show up in Unreal Engine, and you can move and rotate it and position it. So if I wanted to make sure that my weapons by default position in my character's hand, I could create a default hand socket like this, position for my character. And now when I attach my weapon, I can attach it to the socket.
В чем?
Водолазки?
Instead of to the bone. And this socket will follow the hand joint 100%. It is basically perfectly positioned with an offset based on where I've placed it here in the scene. However, there's a caveat to this, and this is why we're going to do this another way here in a second. I'm going to create another socket. I'm going to create one for the head. So let's add a socket, and this one I am going to position above the head. Let's say, and this is actually very common, almost every project I've ever worked on, the VFX team asks for an overhead VFX socket. They want a position or the ability to position VFX above the character's head, you know, maybe at the center of gravity, at their feet, all kinds of different places. So there's all kinds of attachment points for visual effects. So in this case, we have our head socket, and what we're going to do is in our third-person character is we are going to attach some VFX here real quick. So let's, right here on begin play, let's spawn system attached. Okay, and the system we're going to spawn is, are there no VFX systems in here? Nothing? Oh, bummer. Did I not get the starter content? Content. Here's starter content. Particles. Here we go. I wonder what's going on there. Let's go back. Spawn. System attached. I thought that's the one I picked. Alright, spawn emitter attached. Spawn emitter attached. Okay, we'll just use this one. I guess they're not in Niagara system. So let's do the sparks. Alright, and we're going to attach this to our character mesh. Right, and where we're going to attach it. So if you don't have a socket, you have to choose a bone name. But in this case, we have a socket, so we're going to choose the head. I think it's called head socket. Let's double check our naming on that real quick. It is called head socket, all one word actually. So if we put that there, no offsets, etc. When we play, you'll notice that my character has a sparkler going off
Круто.
of his head. Okay, and wherever I position this, that is where that sparkler is going to appear. So I can use this socket to change the height above the head that the character has a sparkler. So let's move it up. So that's much higher now. So it's just raining sparkles. All right. Now, if we change our character to be a different mesh, this is still going to work, but it does have a problem. So let's go to Manny Tall. All right. Now when I play, you'll notice that my sparkler is way above Manny Tall. Makes sense. But what this should have triggered in your mind is it is in the same position. If I want this sparkler to be in a different position per character, I can't do that because they're all sharing the same skeleton. Wherever I position this socket, if it's right at the top of the head mesh for the short character, and then my tall character has a really tall, skinny head, that sparkler would be inside his forehead because there's no way for me to change this because it's all part of the same skeleton. So that's one potential thing to consider as far as the list of advantages, disadvantages, etc. All right. So, but it's a cool thing to be able to use these sockets all throughout. Now, in a future training, we're going to also be talking about virtual bones, which are also very cool. And those we do have a way to move. And I'll show you that in an upcoming live tutorial as well. So let me see how we're doing here. All right. So we talked about our socket problem. We talked about what a socket is and how we add it. Okay. So at this point, we've talked about the ability to share our animations across characters of different proportions using the same skeleton. I think the only other thing to just kind of keep in your mind is how do you handle the animations or physics on a character that has a cape or the ponytail, for example. And literally what you can do here is we can just do, I believe it's from our mesh, we can say set all bodies below to simulate physics. And what we're going to do is we're going to specify the in-bone name. We're going to make a bone name here. And this is going to be cape 01, for example. And we're going to set this to true. This is not going to work right out of the gate because first off, we do not currently have our cape equipped, but we also do not have our physics settings proper. So I'm going to change this to ignore only pawn and maybe that'll work. Okay, do not have our physics settings proper, so I'm going to change this to ignore only pawn, and maybe that'll work. Okay, not quite there. I'm going to set all those to simulate physics. Ignore only pawn, and then our mesh. Generate, step up on, no.
Смотрю, как делать. Во-первых, как работают скелеты в Unreal, а потом буду смотреть, как их делать. Мне нужно сейчас будет делать для игры. Я смотрю крутого дядьку, который все показывает очень как нужно.
Hold on. I'm missing one checkbox somewhere. Simulate physics.
Поэтому дела пойдут.
Is that just gonna ragdoll me? Nope. Do I have the name of the cape wrong? Let's double check that. Cape 01. Cape 01. Use self, include self. Okay. Lock all dynamic. Simulate physics. Interesting. There we go. Ah! Okay, that's a little bit not what we were looking for. There we go. So now we have a cape. All right. So you can combine animation with physics with the extra stuff. So you could use physics, and this is not beautifully set up physics, but you get the general idea. You can use physics to animate your things like your ponytails on top of this stuff so that you can have characters that have other pieces that still work without having to hand animate them all and share your animations across the characters. Okay, this is all really cool. It suffers from a couple of different potential issues, all right? Those being sockets are pretty limited because they're shared across all these characters, so we're limited to being able to do offsets per character. We also have the potential fun of managing the skeleton bloat, our bone naming, our hierarchy naming, all those kinds of things. And when we get clashes, it can be quite painful. But we do get the advantage of being able to share all of our animations. It keeps it easy, keeps everything simple. All right, let's launch another Unreal Engine. And let's do this a different way. So what we're going to do, let's close this. We're not going to save anything, not a thing. Okay, and what we're going to do is we are going to rebuild our setup, but this time we're going to use a new feature that was added in Unreal Engine 5 called compatibility. And we're going to talk about the differences. I'm a super huge fan of the compatibility mode for a lot of different reasons, and we will talk about this.
А у тебя как дела, Алексей?
Here's our starter content. mannequins, meshes. Okay, here we are. So here's our meshes. We're back to a clean project. Everything is as it was. We didn't save anything. So we can change this back. We'll change our third person blueprint back to Manny again, just so we have it. But this time what we're going to do is we're going to re-import all of our meshes, and we're going to re-import them in the same folder once again, just for ease of being able to find them quickly. Normally I would not do this, but I would have a different one for each one. This time what we're going to do is we're going to import Manny short. And when we import Manny short, we are going to, that's interesting, the UI symbol is messed up for the skeleton, that this is a unique character. It has its own unique skeleton. Even though the skeleton matches exactly, I'm forcing it to be its own character. So let's import this. And what you'll notice is, when I do that, I get, now I have two skeletons. I have a Manny short. What we're going to do is we're going to re-import all of our meshes, and we're going to re-import them in the same folder once again, just for ease of being able to find them quickly. Normally I would not do this, but I would have a different one for each one. This time what we're going to do is we're going to import Manny short. And when we import Manny short, we are going to, that's interesting, the UI symbol is messed up for the skeleton. I am not going to choose the base skeleton. I'm going to clear this. And what that is going to do is that is going to tell Unreal Engine that this is a unique character. It has its own unique skeleton. Even though the skeleton matches exactly, I'm forcing it to be its own character. So let's import this. And what you'll notice is, when I do that, I get, now I have two skeletons. I have a Manny short skeleton and a SK mannequin skeleton. Now let's take a look at these two. If I open the SK mannequin skeleton and I open the Manny short skeleton, let me dock this up here. The hierarchy is exactly the same. If I show my retarget options, you'll notice that they're different. These are the default third-person shooter skeleton options, and these are the default options that come in from a character. So, first problem. How do we make it, how do we reset up so that we can do what we were doing before, where these two characters, oops. Of course, when I drop it in there, I accidentally put it right on top. Okay, so we want these two characters we want all the same advantages. We want to be able to share our animations. We don't want to have to do all the work, etc. If we change this, we can use an animation asset. In this case, we're going to use the idle. All right, but if we pick our short Manny and we choose animation, there are no animations. We haven't imported any animations. So how do we tell short Manny that it really is just like regular Manny, but shorter? Well, starting on Unreal Engine 5, they added a new mode, a new option called compatibility. And what it does is it's a way to tell Unreal Engine that these are really compatible and do your best to copy over all the animations on the right joints, and I can reuse all my stuff. So where is that setting? It's properly well and good hidden. If we go into our Manny short skeleton and we go to window and we choose asset details, that is where it is. All right. And in here, all we have to do is add SK mannequin. When we do that, from then on, I can now choose SK mannequin animation. So you'll notice now all my animations show up here, and our idle is one of them. Now, first things first, this is why we went through what we went through in the first part of this, understanding the retargeting options. Why does short Manny look to be the same size as regular Manny? It is because all the retargeting options for short Manny are set to animation. Okay? What we want to do, if we really, really wanted to be like super on the nose on this, we would copy all of the same settings from mannequin over to short Manny. But for the sake of time and tutorials and all those things, I'm going to recursively set this to skeleton, and then I'm going to take a look at a couple of our first few options. These are all animation, and then pelvises and spines are not. So let's just do this. So let's just go animation, animation, animation. Now, this should start potentially flagging to you the first of the issues with juggling compatibility mode skeletons and multiple skeletons. Okay? And that is, so now short Manny is short Manny and regular Manny is regular Manny. We just made a couple of retargeting option changes and it's done. Okay, so what was I talking about as far as a nightmare? Every single skeleton I import now, I am going to have to set all of these settings. This is a brutal thing to have to do. So it's one of the downsides of doing this because you're going to have to set this up. I actually wrote a C++ script to do it for myself. But it basically will copy all of these over to here. And it actually looks like, actually this looks pretty easy. These look to be almost all animation scaled. So this actually isn't too bad. We could probably just recursively set all these to animation scaled. And then down here on our foot options. I believe it was foot right. Oh, these are our sockets. Some of these other things. Okay, well, let's call that good enough. All right, so that's one. So now we have to manage, we have to actually manage our skeletons. But the cool thing is now I don't have to worry about skeletal clashes when we start talking about characters that have accessories or slight changes to the joints. So for example, let's just go ahead and import 2 more skeletons so you can see the difference. Let's import our, we don't even need to do 2. We can just do the cape, for example. And once again, I want to make sure that I clear the skeleton because I want it to force it to be its own character. So we get our character with our cape. And then just like we did before, we need to open our skeleton. And you'll notice that if we turn on all our retarget options, they are all defaulted to animation. Once again, if we were to, first off, we will not be able to play these animations on our character because it doesn't know it's compatible yet. So let's go back and reset the compatibility node. We go to Window, Asset Details, we add our SK mannequin in as a compatible skeleton, and now we will be able to play these animations on our character. Where is this? Oh yeah, I was doing this over here. So animation, and let's just do our idle. So here we are with our idle, and when we play, you'll notice that we have short is good, medium is good, tall is not good. Tall is not good because we have not set our retargeting options. So let's recursively set all of these to, let me think what the best way to do this is. Let's go, we'll do this in 2 passes. We'll just do animation scaled from the pelvis down. So right click, recursively set the animation scaled from the pelvis down. And then when we play, we now have, oh no, don't crash. Okay. Whew. Okay, so now we have our tall character, our short character, and our regular size character. Now, that also means that we now have 3 different skeletons. So, remember that problem that we were having before, where if I wanted the sparkler effect to be right above the character's head, or maybe off to the side for one character, etc. Now I get 3 different sockets. So let's do that. So let's rebuild our sockets. So if we go to SK mannequin, okay, and I go to the head, let's get rid of these clavicles. So I go to the head, I right click, and I choose add socket. It's going to add a head socket. Now I'm going to take this for the main character, and I'm going to put it right above the head. Okay, now let's go to our short character, and let's add our head socket. And what we're going to do is here's our left and our right, and we'll right click on the head, and we are going to add a socket. It is going to be the same name. I want it to be the same name. It's called head socket. But for the short character, let's put it off to one side. Okay? And then for our tall character, let's put it off to the other side, or way above the head. Let's just do that. We'll do it way above the head. All right, so now we're going to put this way above the head. So, welcome, Laxatory. Also, Toad Medicine. Thanks for hopping in and checking out the stream. I appreciate you all. Okay, so now what happens is, because we have 3 different skeletons, even though they all have the same head socket, they're all in different positions. So what we were doing before, where we were spawning that emitter, we can do that now. So let's spawn that emitter attached. And that was our sparkler. And our attached component is going to be here. This is weird that it's giving me the option here. So let's just do head socket though. All the rest of this will keep the same. And if we press play, you can see when I am regular Manny, the sparkler is right above my head. Perfect. Okay, let's do short now. Let's change our mesh to be short. Where's short? Here's short, Manny. Okay, you'll notice the sparkler is off to the side of the head. And finally, to finish out kind of what we were doing, we can do tall. And if we look at tall, you'll notice the sparkler is way above the head. So not only are we able to keep all of our animations sharing, we are also able to keep all of our socket usage, everything like that. But now we have the ability to have uniquely positioned offsets on a per character, per skeleton basis, which is kind of cool. In addition, we can still do all the same things we were doing before. So for example, if we go in here and we do, we take our mesh and we set simulate physics, all bodies below simulate physics, the bone name, let's make a bone, and this is going to be cape 02, cape 02 for example, and we're going to set these to true, and then let's check our mesh, and let's change our collision to be pawn, and then let's try ignore only pawn. And are we still the tall guy? We are. Our physics is not working yet, so let's set simulate physics. Still not there. There we go. It's something. I knew we'd find it eventually. So let's do this. Can character step off on no, and then let's go custom. And where's our pawn? Ignore. Let's try overlap. Let's see if that works. Oh, I gotta uncheck that other box. Simulate physics. One more. Always a checkbox. Okay, so different skeletons, same retargeting options, same reusability, additional options of having uniquely positioned sockets, for example, plus still all the same ability to simulate physics and all those kinds of things. And we still have, and we haven't even talked about, and that's going to be a whole other lesson, you know, the ability to use the post-process and blueprints as well. And so we've basically gotten all of the advantages of all of our character sharing with different skeletons, and we've given ourselves a whole lot more flexibility. So what are some of the other flexibility benefits? Well, remember what I mentioned before? Let's say that we took our character with our cape and we realized we needed more joints in the cape. Well, if I've already got other characters in the scene or in my engine that have the cape, and I start changing the order, or I mistakenly name the cape joints differently, Unreal Engine will spit a nasty little message at me.
Чего?
Что ты пишешь? Школа?
Да.
And then it will potentially mess up like my skeleton, whatever. Hopefully you can not save, exit, come back and restart. But this way, like, will spit a nasty little message at me, and then it will potentially mess up like my skeleton, whatever. Hopefully you can not save, exit, come back and restart. But this way, it doesn't matter, because if I were to change the joints entirely for this character, the only character that is affected by...
Чего?
Как пятка на английском.
Пятка?
Да.
Ну, фит, наверное, я не знаю.
Угу.
Но фит это нога.
А мне поверит.
Все?
Да. Свободен.
Зачем тебе это нужно было?
Я как пример. Я буду свои пятки рисовать.
Понятно.
By this now is our tall manny with the cape. And so it isolates and it allows me to triage changes in a way that is, in my opinion, especially early on in production and prototyping and all those kinds of things, is highly beneficial. Now, the disadvantages. The disadvantages, well, actually, there's one more advantage as well. I am no longer dealing with skeleton bloat and trying to remember when I added the left shoulder pauldron 5 characters ago, did I call it L underbar shoulder pauldron, or did I call it L pauldron? What did I call it? I don't have to go back and look for it. So skeleton bloat and skeleton management is much simpler now. You still want them to be the same, but it's a lot more forgiving. Okay, flip side. We now have more skeletal setup as a result of it. Each new character I bring in, I need to make sure that all of these settings match. I need to make sure that my retarget settings match. My retarget options are here. I want to make sure that the skeletons have the same sockets, so that all the usual attachment points I'm used to using in my game experience are available to me. And also, there's even more in the sense that I do need to make sure my curves as well as my slots are also copied over. For those particular things, those can be tough to do manually, but depending on how many characters you're creating, it's, you know, potentially something to look at. And as I mentioned, that was something that I eventually wrote a tool to do for me, and it just copies all of these settings from my base character to any new skeleton or character that I bring into the engine, and it provides an insane amount of flexibility. So let me double check my notes and see where we are. We're in a pretty good place, y'all. All right, so that is kind of a quick start, a quick look at some of the basics of things that you should be thinking about or potentially factoring into.
Кевин Фриман, а кто он вообще?
Как ты его нашел?
Да просто нашел в Ютубе.
А что ты до этого не нашел?
Я вот до этого еще находил, но он просто про анимацию говорил, мне это не нужно было. Кто он такой вообще? Твиттер.
Ой.
Это что-то кринж. У него там такие прикольные рисунки. Это что такое? Рисует сову.
Сову.
Они ж такие смешные. Они так кринжово выглядят. Они такие кринжовые. А каждый день рисует сову.
Крутой.
Не, ну ему не нужно уметь рисовать, но они просто прикольные. Так, у него есть Patreon. А это не очень интересно. Но он крутой. Так, хорошо.
Пяточки. Я буду рисовать ультра маленький мизинец.
А он стримит сейчас.
Давай ты его зарейдишь.
Items JSON object.
О, прикольно. Он стримит 46 минут.
These are the items.
То есть это новый
Спасибо.
туториал?
In our database and save game journey. Today we're actually
О, я
going
поймал
to
его
be,
на стриме.
hopefully our audio is on. Today we're actually going to be working on connecting to a database and making changes to the records and everything inside.
Прикольно, что он это стримит. Все. Так. Control Rig. Да он по анимациям шарит, по нему видно.
По лицу видно.
Так, делает ли он кастомные скелеты? О его канале, ну-ка. Интересно.
If you're interested as a developer or as a player, you're in the right place. Welcome to the Freestyle Real-Time Dev channel. My name's Kevin. I'm helping drive this crazy train of learning. We're using Unreal Engine as a tool, blueprints, visual scripting, the pipeline, processes, principles, theories, everything that goes into it. That's kind of our backdrop. I have been fortunate enough to work in film and game for over 25 years now on both the creative and the technical side. Hopefully that will help me facilitate some of these learnings and conversations as we stumble through this together. I currently work in research and development at Riot Games as a senior principal
Он в Riot работает.
tech artist. The way this channel is
Он
at
принципал?
Riot Games as a senior principal tech artist.
Он тех
The way
артист.
this channel is set up, two primary avenues. We have our twice weekly live streams. Those are set up as AMA Q&As, where you can hop in, ask your questions of a real live person. Hopefully we can help stumble through those learnings together. In addition to the live streams, and sometimes as a result
А я к нему сейчас за стрим зайду и спрошу его.
Oh wait, no, that's the right one. Let's try that one more time. Except I have an error. What's going on? Oh, value after fill value. Let's go. I don't want to get lost with this, y'all. I'm gonna just try something. I want to force this empty. I should not have to do this. I'm missing something somewhere. Empty. Empty objects. Compile. Play. Okay. Right after this, let's do one more print. I'm going to take this items JSON object and let's get the JSON string. I want to see what it is right here. I'm going to put this as number 20. Just put this. So it's wrong already. So somehow our JSON object, somehow there's an error in this for loop, I think. So we're coming through, we're setting our weapons objects, we're setting our weapons JSON field in the weapons JSON object. And then we're going to go through each of the items, unless our item data is wrong. It could be that our item data is wrong. Let's just, it could be that for some reason our weapons are stacked.
У меня есть 3D character pipeline.
So yellow. Do we see any weapons in our items?
Что же ответит Baculek в Ютубе?
Nope. They're perfect. Okay. So we're loading JSON from string. We're adding it to items.
Это в мае делает.
Oh, I see it. I missed it. Oh, my fault, y'all. But we found it. Okay. So we're adding items JSON object. We need to add the up here. We need to add this. Hold on a second. Because of skeleton compatibility, that is a whole other. Items OBJ. We have our animation. The items should be fine. This come together in the engine, in the game, in the experience we're trying to make. Well, what ends up happening is we take each of these pieces and we generally will export them from the DCC, Digital Content Creation. Field names, items, green. Maya, Blender. How is this items object getting anything but the yellow content? Okay. First off, remember our model. Our model was pulled into the character. We generally don't. Alright, this is gonna drive me nuts, y'all. Let's just fix it. Let's find it. Alright, so after we're done, I'm going to take this items OBJ, which is here, and I'm going to JSON. And so if we export our character string, and let's print that string. When we pull that print it as yellow again. What we end up with is our 20. So our skeletal. This is something obvious right in front of me, and I just can't see it because we're in the middle
Control
of a live stream.
Combination of
joints 20.
And the
Alright,
geometry
we'll just
of
go
the character's skin.
Just let the rest
So
play out.
we have this in and we can now see it. But it doesn't move, right? Remember,
that didn't print
performance is done by the animators, and that is separate. So the animators will go through and they will do everything we need to do to create our experience.
Что ты хекаешь?
So they'll go through, they'll create a
Там за стенкой дед и бабка так смеются смешно. Они смеются как злодеи из Resident Evil 7.
А может они там?
А может они и есть. Так смешно посмеялись, друзья.
So now, in our engine, we now have
Это мы.
with its skin and the bones. We also have animations.
This is items JSON object, and we're setting it
onto the character, and I can show you what
we're
that
setting
looks
it
like. So you can see here we have our character, and just in its
to
Сейчас посмотрим, если у него есть.
items JSON, items OBJ. Weapons. For each one, we're setting the items OBJs. Then we're going to, that print is not working. And then we're getting the field from the items OBJs and we're printing the string. I don't see it, you all. Does anybody see it? Items. Literally, we come in here. This is our items. If in here we load JSON string, load JSON from string, and we're adding it to the items. And the strings, just once again, from a sanity check standpoint, if we print in here the string that we're loading the JSON to, and we do it as yellow, and we do it for 20,
Да он там
request
занят,
play,
он что-то делает.
the only thing that's going into items is Boots of Defense, Health Crystal, and Mana Potion. Everybody sees that, right? Okay. So all of those are getting loaded into a JSON string, and that is getting loaded into this items OBJ, and it's being added. Alright, this items OBJ, you just right click on Manny Simple, and also just to be clear, I'm starting with the third person template. Is used, so all of these character meshes are underneath the content characters folder. I'm going to right click on Manny Simple, I'm going to choose create, and I'm going to choose modular rig. 3 places. Now, when we do that, we take a look at our modular rig. By default, it starts. Okay. If you want to take this items by default, it starts off with the root for each. If you want to change the root, if you want to go full tilt on this, root, get the JSON take a look string at a modular rig. By default, it starts off with the root. If you want to change the root, if you want to go full tilt on this string, in order to do that, what you need to do is you need to go. We're running out of colors, y'all. We're so deep down the rabbit hole. We run out of colors. And if you type in root, you can see what the default root module is for all control rig stuff. You can actually create your own custom root, and if you change that, that will become the root module for all future modular rigs. Oh, I didn't connect. Just something to know about. Now, as expected, the way that the modular rigging works is we have a root, it has a socket, and we're going to get into what these sockets are in a minute, that's Boots, how they get made, Health Crystal, and Mana Potion. Drag my that's all that's in this socket. It's all that's in there. Notice that it goes through and it creates the only thing in items OBJs is Boots, as well as it makes it so I can rotate my character with those is the items, and it also sets up. So we're going to set the items additional sockets that I could use as part of the spine module. Okay. So what we're going to do is this. Maybe we're actually create our own FK control module that can be put on any joint in our character.
Твой шум, когда ты что-то берешь или роняешь, громче, чем ты.
Oh, you know what it is? Hierarchy. How do we do that? Well, let's go and let's talk about it. I know what it is. First thing you
Потому что я это делаю близко к динамику, а я не могу сидеть вот так вот и говорить тебе постоянно возле динамика. Или придется наклоняться к телефону.
If this is what it is, I'm going to be
сидеть как креветка.
Happy with it.
Тебе его надо привязать.
I'm going to call this items with a Z just to make sure. I'm going to make this a JSON object.
Чтобы он как веревочка у тебя
I'm wondering if it is over underneath our plugins. It's basically in our engine content plugins folder over here on the left. Okay. If you scroll way down, we can get to our control rig content. Now, if we look at the modules under control rig content, you'll notice that we have the root. This is our base. We have a meshes folder. I'm going to talk about this in a second. And then we also have our control rig modules content in the modules folder. These are all of the default modules that are available to you out of the box. We are going to create a new one. Now, we could just duplicate that and start from there. And as long as it's a module, it will show up on the list. However, it's kind of cheating. Second, there was some weird module thing show up on the list. However, because
kinda
I
cheap, start from
duplicated
you
this
out of the
variable,
box. We are going to create a new one.
I don't know
Now,
why.
we could just
it, like
duplicate
created a
and start from there. And as
it
long
created
as it's a
something crazy.
module, it will show up in the list.
okay. And
However,
as a result of that,
it's kind of cheating.
it was
Second,
accessing
I
the same
want
thing. I've never
to-
seen
they're
anything quite
super
like that.
complicated.
But
there's
we
a
got
lot
there.
of stuff going on in
bottom
here.
line
and
is got
third,
there.
I want
We
to
now
show
have
you
in our
all
database for Rusty
how it's
is a
good
new
to
happy
understand some of the
owner of a
foundational
bunch of
parts of this
weapons
stuff
and a
so
bunch
you
of items
understand
like
how
mana
these things
potion
work so you
and
can
level
create
10
your own.
crystals
Now,
and heals and things
each
like
of
that.
these modules was created off of a template. So the template,
Yeah, this is
in this
crazy.
case,
like
there's
this
two
is
different
crazy thing,
templates that are in here.
but
There's the
sometimes you just
biped
print strings
template
will help
and
you
the
find
chain
wildest
template.
solutions.
We're
So
going
I
to
love
use the
print
biped
strings.
template for ours.
Back on
Generally
track,
speaking,
and we learned something
keep in mind
new,
we're
something
doing
to watch
this
out for.
all without docs, so
let's load this stuff just very quickly.
there's going to be
because we
lots of
are
changes. This could
so out
be
of
preview,
time.
but generally speaking,
All right.
I've been creating my
What we're
modules
going to
based off
do
the biped template
is
because
when
that's
we
what I'm
select
using.
everything,
Не, я
if we just go ahead and load
So,
and
in
play,
order to create our first module,
if we
we have
walk
to create
over
a
this,
control rig. Actually.
you'll see
So
it
let's
breaks
right
down
click
Pretty
on our
much.
biped template.
right? But the
Заспамить
weapons
чат.
and the
a control
items
rig.
are
Yeah.
coming in
And
as
I am going to
Подтягиваешь,
install
то же
this,
самое.
Я-нибудь
which is
напишу.
fine because we already know how to
live
deal with that. So we're
FK
getting all the
control.
information as a
Just so-
database,
Или
but we're
под последним
storing the
видео напиши
information in the
комментарий.
database as a
just
JSON.
so we know
Now this is
that
a
it's-
cool thing to
this is
understand
actually the
It's
one
not
that I'm
chat.
working on.
just like anything else.
And
you
what's
can
important to
store
understand
all
about
kinds
this
of
is
stuff in databases. You can store integers and floats
long
and
as-
texts and strings. You can even store blobs, which can be like binary data and stuff like that, or data of any format that you want. So in this particular case, we're using JSON strings.
Он мне
So
ответил.
in here, what we can do is when we come through here, as we're going through this loop, if the key is equal to, let me double check. So running on 2 hours of sleep. Alright, so when we come in here, we're going to print it. But the other thing we're going to do is we're going to check to see if this is equal to, remember triple equal for strings. We're going to check to see if it's weapons. Alright, we're just going to do this with the weapons example. If this is true, in addition to printing the text, we're also going to break apart that JSON string. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to, with this find, we're going to get the JSON. No, JSON. Convert. Load JSON from string. This is what I want. So this is going to take that weapons data, if this is true, and we are going to take that object and we are going to get the field names, get the field names, and we're just going to loop through them like we do in everything else, so that you all know how to do that. And then for each of these, we are going to get the field for that name. And with that, we are going to do for each loop. Because remember, this is the turducken of data storage. We've got a SQL with a field. Inside a field is a JSON object, which is inside a series of fields. Okay. A turducken, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, is like a duck inside of a turkey inside of a, I don't even know, right? Okay. So then for each of these, what's field names?
Ну-ка, сейчас
We're
это
getting
начала
the field.
зачекаем.
Do I need a for each here?
Почему я не могу посмотреть его, выбрать его?
No. So, getting field from the JSON object. And then for that element, let's just print the string, and we're going to append. Just append this so we can see it all together. I'm gonna add a pen here.
А у меня
Let's put
там,
a
а у
semicolon
меня есть,
there, and we're
а у
gonna
меня
do
есть его зритель,
field
он мне
name
отвечает,
to
у меня есть
start
его
with,
зритель.
and value to end with.
Yeah,
And
but
then we're going to print it. We'll do 20 seconds, and we'll go with something that we can read. Hopefully, let's try yellow. Hopefully that is enough so that when we walk over this pad,
Alignment
we get
tools.
no weapons. I did miss one of my favorites. Alright, So we get load our JSON from string, then we get our field names, and then we go for each of those field names, we get the field.
I've made alignment.
And then, yeah, we do need it for each loop. So for each loop here, that's right. For each loop here, we're going to disconnect this. This is going to be and it's going to be we're going to get the fields. Hold on. Get the field names for each, get the field, and then for each, we're going to get the field again. We're going to get the field from
Как это будет? Sources.
No. Hold on. Slow down. Slow down. Alright, we're going to load our string. We're going to get the field names. For each of our field names, okay, we're going to get the field. Okay, and then from that, for each of those, that should be connected to the JSON object that comes out of our load string, which it is. We got the why can't I get this straight now? I'm having a problem with this. So JSON from string, get the field names, it returns the string. The string is the for loop. Okay, then we're getting the fields. These fields should return an array of JSON objects. So let's disconnect this. And let's go. We're going to connect this in. We connect that in. And this is going to be get field. Back connected. There we go. That gets us the right thing. Okay. Get field. And then the field name. Hold on, y'all.
Он застрял, бедненький.
I need a minute. Okay. One more try. My goodness. Let's load the string. We're going to load JSON from string. We're going to get the field names. Our field names is going to return an array of strings. We're going to go through for each of those strings. Okay? And we're going to get the field name. And when we get the field name, we're going to get the field name of the JSON object and the name that came out of our for loop. Okay? And if we could move this up so that's clear. Okay? And then for each of those, we're going to get field names again. Get field names again. And that is going to take not get field names. Wait, did I just mess this up again? Okay, wait, get field names. Alright, we're gonna get the field names. Then for, okay, we need one more turducken, I think, for each loop. Then for each of these, we are going to take what went into this field names. We're going to get the field. And the name of the field is going to be that. And we're going to fill in that. And that is going to be as it doesn't matter
This is
where
your
these
name.
modules connected to the wrong one. And this is going to be our value. And then theoretically, oh my gosh. Theoretically, there we go. Holy smokes. Okay, if that was confusing, probably should have been, because it was. And what we had is, like I said, from a turducken standpoint, or if you don't like the turducken reference, you can use a blazar, which is like a black hole inside of a quasar, whatever it is. All of it is stuff inside of stuff. So we basically had, because we're storing in our database, actually you can see it here in the print stream, because our database is a field, inside the field we have weapons. Inside of that field we have the weapons. Inside of weapons we have a JSON object, which is an array, and inside of that is all the fields that we have to access, which is why we have to go I think it's like a triple nest. Let's see here. There's our string, so then we get the field names, then we get the field, then we get the field names again, then we get the field inside the field names. All right. After all of that, bottom line is, the cool thing is, we are actually saving information to our database. We are getting information out of our database. We're using simple SQL statements to do that. This is a little bit of what goes into building systems that work around databases. So as a result of it, at this point, from a save game standpoint, really, I think the bottom line is whether you're
пришел
using
наконец, он сделал
whether you're
как
using
сейвить.
JSON, whether you're using databases, there's all just different ways to track and connect to the data. The trickiest part of all of it is data structures. And decisions on your data structures have a significant impact on how much work you have to do, how difficult it is to maintain it. And some of you might be thinking, how do we know what the right data structure is? You just saw it is highly dependent. It's highly dependent on your game. It's highly dependent on how your structure is set up. And realistically, probably my best piece of advice for this is do a prototype. Do a rapid prototype like this, right? Make a quick little access, whether it be JSON or database or whatever, and then just wait. Just wait. Couple few weeks, you're gonna live. Unreal will find them. So I'm actually going to move this underneath the tutorial folder. In our tutorial folder, let's just delete a couple of these. And here we have our live FK control. But you'll notice that the live FK control, even if I open it
Так.
and compile it, save it, it does not show in the list. It's not here. So how do we get that to show up? Well, Unreal does not know that this is a module yet. So all we need to do is click one button. So if I switch this to a rig module, what is going to happen is a bunch of default stuff is done. First, we kind of get a root, and a whole bunch of other stuff happens in our graphs. But I'm going to compile and save this. And now that this is a module, if we take a look at our modular rig, you will notice that the live FK control shows up here in our modular rig. And if we go to drag it, look at what happens. As we go to drag, we can put this anywhere. We can put this on sockets, we can put this on bones, we have all kinds of options. And if we mouse over something that has a socket and a bone, we can choose the bone or we can choose the socket. I'm just going to choose the bone for right now. When I do that, you'll notice that it adds a live FK control to my modular rig, and it sets the connector information to be upper arm left. That is the bone that I dragged and dropped it onto. So let's take a look at a couple of things. So in our live FK control, what I want to show you in our rig hierarchy, this root, this is our default connector. Now, if we change the rules for this default root connector, over here on the right, I clicked on the root, there's rules over here. If we set our rules, what we can do is I can add a type rule. And if I change this type rule to be socket, which is the default, what I want you to notice is, compile and save, when I drag our live FK control, you'll notice that it only shows me the sockets. It doesn't show me the joints anymore, the bones. All right, so I drag and drop that, I missed it, set it to none, that's fine, I'm going to compile. Now, we want our first FK control to work with any bone. So let's go ahead and re-click on that root connector, and we can change the type on this connector to be bone. Now, in this case, what is going to happen if we compile and save that, and we come back here, when I drag this onto my control rig, you'll notice that it's showing all of the bones. The sockets are no longer showing on these upper limbs. If I drag it onto here, you'll notice that my live FK control sets the upper arm as the connector info. Now, this is where we get into some of the wild stuff with modules. So here's what we need to do. We want to, just like they've done here with the spine and the root and so on, we want to spawn control. Well, there's a couple things we need to understand first. So control rig, if we look at our blueprint, you'll notice that we have forward solve, the construction, there's also a backward solve graph, but there's also another graph that we want to work with, and it's called the connector graph, or we're going to call it the connector graph. So let's call it the connector graph, event graph. And what this is if we right click, there is a new...
Так, я буду сейчас его туториал делать, потому что там что-то крутое делает. Так.
Не помню. Сейчас помню.
А как он их сделал?
You could just second all each of these that are in here. There's the button, and keep it up the button. Let's right click live FK, create a control rig. As long as it does, and here we have our live FK control. But you'll notice that the live FK control, even if I open it and compile it, save it, it does not show in the list. It's not here. So how do we get that to show up? Well,
Но он это сделал просто как control rig. Да, Skeletal Mesh это был. Нет, мне нужен Biped Template. Плагины. Control. Rig. Models Content.
create a control rig, and I am going to call this live FK control, just so.
Так, FK Control.
So, just so we know that this is actually the one that I'm working on. And what's important to understand about this is, as long as it doesn't matter where these modules live, Unreal, notice that the live FK, it does not show in. So all we need to do is a bunch of default stuff is done. First, we kind of get a root and a whole bunch of other stuff happens in our graphs. But I'm going to compile and save this. And now that this is a module, if we take a look at our, if we go to drag it, look at what happened. That the live and rig module. So all we need to do is click one button. So if I switch this to a module yet, so all we need to do is click one button. So if I switch this to a rig module, other stuff, look at our modular rig, you will look at what happens. As we kinds of options. When I do that, you'll notice that it adds a live FK control to my modular rig, and it sets the connector information to be upper arm left. That is the bone that I drag and dropped it onto. So let's take a look.
Так, давай попробуем взять свой старый скелет.
Давай.
О, он видит косточки. Подожди, может это то, что надо делать? Неужели он меня сейчас спасет? Ему даже отвечать ничего не надо было. Ему даже не надо было мне отвечать. Он
Ничего ты не сказал.
молча мне помог.
A couple of things. Default connector. Now, if we change the rules for this default root connector, over here on the right, I clicked on the root, there's rules over here. If we
Так, есть правила какие-то. Подожди, а куда он нажал? Rig, root. Так, есть правила.
set our rules, what we can do is I can add a type rule. And if I change this type rule to be socket,
будет.
which is the default, what I want you to notice is compile and save. When I drag our live F to be socket, which is the
Type rule. Socket.
default, what I want you to notice is compile and save. When I drag our live FK control, you'll notice that it only
Так. Подожди, он в натуре, он готовит. А, она не работает. Подожди. Она не работает. Так, и теперь, если я здесь поставлю на bone. Какой он просто готовчик.
shows me the
Просто
sockets.
повар.
It doesn't show me the joints anymore, the bones. All right, so I drag and drop that. I missed it, set it to none. That's fine. I'm going to compile.
Ты понимаешь? Я пытался это найти, когда я это начинал. Я не мог найти его даже канал. Я не знаю, почему он
Now,
это...
we want our
И он
first
случайно
это-
появился у меня сейчас в Ютубе. Если
Let's
бы
go
я его
ahead
сейчас не
and
Это
нашел...
click on that
лгать?
connector. And
Да.
we can change the type on this connector to be bone.
Но
Now,
это
in this
судьба.
case, what is going to happen?
Всё.
If we compile and save that, and we come back
Подписываемся
here,
на
when I
него,
drag this on
Я
the
донатим.
controller,
подписался.
you'll notice that it's showing all of
Эти
the
как
bones.
там, OnlyFans
The
у него
sockets are
есть?
no longer
Всё,
showing
всё,
on
всё,
the
тихо,
upper-
тихо,
upper
тихо.
limb.
Тут
If I drag it
еще
on here,
20 минут
you'll
надо
notice that
смотреть.
my live FK control sets the
Окей.
upper arm as the connector
Так,
input. Now,
сейчас
this
будет.
is where we get into some of the wild stuff.
У него
with
там еще есть на 10 часов
modules.
каких-то
So here's what
туториалов.
we need to do. We want
На Лекабле я его нашел. Я его нашел. Я нашел его. Я его нашел. Я нашел его. Я нашел этого бога. Это сеньор technical, сеньор principal technical artist в Riot Games. И он настолько разжевывает, как что делать в Unreal. Я его нашел. Он тут показывает, короче, как делать кастомные риги. У него там огромные просто туториалы. Как делать forward FK, forward IK. Все в Unreal показывает, как делать. Он вообще, у него тут даже есть где-то, чтобы голова все время смотрела на кого-то из скелета. И у него, помнишь, я вчера... Ты видел, как я пытался закинуть эти модули? Помнишь, как я эти модули пытался закинуть? И там ничего не было. У него еще есть про другое туториалы. Но, да, он мне сейчас в рекомендациях просто попался, он стримил. Я его на стриме спросил, он сейчас не ответил мне. Но у него тут есть видос, который я нашел, и он все, в принципе, показывает. Помнишь, я пытался закинуть эти модули? Сейчас я тебе даже покажу. Вот, смотри. Был вот этот у меня модуль, рука или вот спина, там чел говорил спину закидывать. И у меня ничего не показывается, видишь? Shoulder тоже ничего не показывается. А он сказал, сделай кастомный риг модуль, он сказал. Я сделал кастомный риг модуль, и посмотри, что сейчас будет. Все косточки появились. Все косточки появились теперь. Ну, это же просто. Это же просто. Я смотрю его туториал. Он лютый. Ну, у тебя, когда есть модуль Control Rig, у тебя слева есть пресеты. Да, короче, вот этот видос просто посмотришь. На, что я тебе объяснять буду. Есть, когда заходишь в этот модуль Rig, у тебя есть кастомные пресеты. Но эти кастомные пресеты работают с определенными названиями. или что-то типа такого. А он сейчас их делает кастомными, он показывает, как их делать кастомные. И я сейчас смотрю туториал.
To, just like they've done here with the spine and the root and so on, we want to spawn control. Well, there's a couple things we need to understand first.
Вот это самый важный туториал. Я не знаю, почему у него так мало просмотров. У этого туториала должно быть 1400 просмотров, потому что это самый важный сейчас туториал, который есть для модуль ригов, мне кажется.
So control rig, if you look at our blueprint, you'll notice that we have forward solve.
У меня стоит от
also
него
backward solve
сейчас.
graph, but there's also another graph that we want to work with, and it's called
Я бы...
connector graph.
Это, понимаешь, это просто даже не найти. Вот такую эту. Это просто не найти. Я не мог найти, как делать кастомные скелеты в Unreal, а чтобы найти делать кастомные модули, это еще надо знать, что это называется кастомные модули.
Or we're going to call it the connector graph. So let's call it the connector graph.
Так, коннектор граф. Я не знаю, что он делает вообще, я просто сейчас буду копипастить, что он делает. Коннектор граф. Вот сейчас ты на мне посмотришь, что это вообще.
Event graph. And what this is if we
Connector.
right click, there is a new event called connector. This is the thing that does the work as you drag and drop modules around. And there's a lot of wild stuff that goes on in here, especially if you look through the other modules. But the general gist is, this is the thing that does the work as you drag and drop modules around. And there's a lot of wild stuff that goes on in here, especially if you look through the other modules. But the general gist is, what we're doing is when you go through the action of dragging this onto a connector.
Мне там ответил еще его зритель в итоге вместо него. Он сказал, что делать скелеты в Unreal норм, и очень круто, и очень удобно. Единственный минус скелетов в Unreal это скиннинг, когда оттачишь, короче, меш к кости. Он сказал, вот это жопа. У меня мало косточек, я думаю, я смогу кастомно это еще заскинить. Я еще не заскинил свой этот скелет.
Connector. What will happen is this information gets kind of stored into the slot. So let's take a look at what that looks like. Because we did not, by default, we only have one connector. We only have basically the parent, the root that we dropped it onto. But you can see here in these others, for example, the spine, they have a spine in bone, they had a parent control, they had a pelvis bone. How did they get all that to fill in? Well, what they did is they made other connectors. So that as you drag and drop, the connector is the one that does all of the work to find out whether it should be a socket, a bone, what it should connect to, information from previous modules, all kinds of crazy.
Ну, скинить в целом инструменты продвинутые нужны, но в твоем случае, если там можно заполнять по отдельным частям веса, то по идее изи. Сейчас посмотрим, как скинить. Я пока еще не буду скинить. Если бы вот это сейчас не работало, он показывает, что это может работать. Если сейчас не будет появляться Control Rig, вот этот кружочек, то посмотрим. Я еще попробую включить как-нибудь скелет. Ну его здесь видно. Если сейчас это все будет работать и двигаться, то я буду пытаться скинуть. И все, по сути, это все, что мне надо было. Ты захайпил с Control Rig'ом, он сразу же появляется и показывает, как делать Control Rig'и кастомные.
Now this new connector, I'm actually going to call this one, in this case, we're going to call this our primary joint.
Primary joint. Так, как он сюда... Я не понимаю, как он это все туда-сюда двигается. Куда он нажал?
So, in order to create a connector, all you do is right click and you can choose new connector. Now this new connector, I'm actually going to call this one, in this case, we're going to call this our primary joint. Primary joint.
Он еще показал, кстати, как ретаргетить в Unreal правильно, и как делать кастомные скелеты, и как использовать, я сейчас вот недавно смотрел, как делать один и тот же скелет, но с дополнительными костями, там, например, для волос, для накидки, Он сказал минусы и плюсы сокетов, как делать так, чтобы был кастомные сокеты, как делать так, чтобы были кастомные скелеты, при этом это был один и тот же скелет, который использует одну базу, но у тебя, например, там в конце есть волосы, как это все добавлять в обувь. Вот это был хороший туториал, он показал, как база работает скелета. Короче, он
And
очень
what I'm
крутой.
going to do is I am going to set the primary joint.
Так, primary joint. Primary joint. Я прям за ним сейчас повторяю.
Not to be a child of the primary, but to be a type rule, and I want this to be a bow.
Type rule. Я так понимаю, type rule это значит equals.
Alright, so that gives me a new connector. What I would like to show you now is if in our SKM Mani modular rig, if we compile this, when I drag my live FK control over to the shoulder now and drop it, you'll notice that my live FK control drops in, upper arm is filled in. However, the primary joint is none. How do we get that to fill in? This is the stumbling. This is us fumbling towards success. Okay. So how do we get this primary joint to fill in? Well, let's just go ahead and delete this. Let's go back. I'm going to also before we do the
прям
primary,
hype
I'm going to add one more connector. The reason I'm adding one more connector is because I want to show you an additional feature. This one is going to be called the secondary joint. Secondary joint. I'm going to also, before we do the primary joint, I'm going to add one more connector. The reason I'm adding one more connector is because I want to show you an additional feature. This one is going to be called the secondary joint. Secondary joint. And I'm also going to do the same thing here. I'm going to change my type rule to bow. Okay, and just like
Офигеть, он показывает, как делать кастомные
before,
модулы
when I drag and
риги.
drop, you'll see that I have now two connectors. The bottom two are not filled in. They
Секундарии.
did not resolve. So let's go back and figure out how to make those resolve. So here we are. In our connector, what we need to do is we're going to let's do a sequence here. So what you can do is we can get the connector.
Офигеть, это какие-то кастомные булпринты теперь уже. Это какой-то next level.
You can get connections in here, but this is only going to get the value, so that's not quite what we want. Now there's this wild thing where it's almost like this is an asynchronous thing that gets called a bunch. So what does that mean? It just means that when we drop it in, it's almost like this gets called for every single connector in your graph. That you've defined here in your graph. So there's this kind of wild thing that happens. Let me see if I can show you with another module. I'll show you real quick in the modules. It's almost like this gets called for every single connector in your graph, that you've defined here in your graph. So there's this kind of wild thing that happens. Let me see if I can show you with another module. I'll show you real quick in the modules. If we take a look at the leg, for example, you'll notice in the connector of that graph, they do this wild thing where what they do is they come in and they kind of call it resolve, and what they're saying is for the foot item, for all the possible candidates, if it's a match, set this default match. But there's nothing that indicates which item is the current one. So these are being created for each of the possibilities. So what we need to do is a similar thing. We're going to simplify ours a little bit, and we're going to do this twice. So for the first one, let's get the item. Yep, here's our item.
Так, item. Item.
Okay, and this is going to be a connector. And the name of our connector, it does fill in based on what we have. And in this particular case, we're going to use the primary joint. So what
Primary joint. Okay.
we want to do is if the connector is the primary joint, we're going to go ahead and set its value. So let's get the candidates. And well, from those candidates, if it's equal to the primary connector, if this is true, then we're going to set the value. And I'm going to create a sequence here. So this is the first one.
Подожди, чел.
To the primary.
Все круто.
Он какой-то быстрый.
If this is true,
Keep
then we're going to set
branch.
it up.
Сделай
I'm going to
медленнее.
create a sequence.
Что говоришь?
Медленнее сделай.
Не буду его делать медленнее.
So this is the first one. So if this is true,
Медленнее.
then what we are going to do is we are going to
Я просто альтабуюсь, он быстро делает для меня.
Мгм.
Так. Мы получаем косточки. Если эта кость равна, мы делаем бранч.
so this
Мы
is the
делаем
first one. So if
секвенсер.
this is true, then what we are going to do is we are going to set default match.
Set default.
We're going to set the default match. Now,
Будь
for
здорово.
our primary
Set
joint,
default
in this case,
match.
where do we want to set our default match to? I want to set our default match to the joint or the bone that we dragged our module onto, which is held in the
правильно.
root. That's one way we can do it. So let's get that information from the root module, root of this module, which gets set just by dragging. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the connection.
Get connection.
And the connection we're going to get is we're going to get the root.
Говорящему коту привет и будь здоров.
Капли, я тебя забаню. Ты забыл, что я модератор? И ты забанил.
Я с тебя модер
Еще один
сниму.
такой раз.
Я с тебя модер
Я-
сниму.
Я забаню тебя.
А что там с NPC-хами слишком сложно работать, если условную симуляцию делать? На лекабле поподробнее. Что значит говорящий кот? Ты бегемот. Ты знаешь, ты читал Маргариту? Ты бегемот. На лекабле. Я не понимаю, что это за вопрос. А что там с NPC-хами слишком сложно работать, если условную симуляцию... А, вообще, в принципе, как делать АИ? Ты в этом смысле? АИ вообще элементарно здесь.
На лекабле, так уж и быть, я буду твоим гайдером в мир Unreal Engine и туториалов. Так уж и быть, я тебе дам хорошего. Тебе нужно сделать АИ?
Вот тебе вот этот. Тебе нужно сделать анимации? Вот тебе этот. Нужно тебе послушать аудиокнига «Красный предел». Сабина, там аудиокнига в прямом эфире создается, Озон.
Че?
Все-таки мы подумали, что
Где? Сейчас.
вы должны быть...
Как у него канал называется?
Озон
Озон?
6171 Games.
Ага.
Как
И
ты
вы
запомнил?
будете
На лекабле в прямом эфире книга создается.
Константином. Так что вот этот маскарад снимайте себе.
А я чуть не вижу.
Озон 671 Games 3.
Не знаю, нет у него, кажется.
Ладно, ты кринж. Да я только что здесь сижу на его стриме, да. Я не буду его слушать сейчас.
А, все, увидела, все, не надо.
Там аудиокнига в прямом эфире. Короче, на лекабле. Этот был для вообще в целом хороший, да, у него больше по анимации. А вот тебе Али Эл-Захери. Этот он босс в создании АИ. Да. Заходишь ему в видеос, мотаешь в самый-самый низ, и ты хочешь начать... Во-первых, Combat Damage System это хорошее, но скипаешь этот момент, потому что у тебя если нет этого, то ты используешь от Unreal Gameplay Ability System. Здесь он делает кастомные, я делал по его туториалу. В принципе, ты можешь посмотреть, ознакомиться, как это делать вообще кастомно. Всегда лучше знать, как делать кастомно, чтобы, если что-то не работает, то у тебя есть это в голове, чтобы ты понимал, что тебе нужно сделать. А начинаешь вот отсюда. Все мои NPC работают вот так вот. Что у него есть? Он использует EQS. Я не использую EQS вообще. Я вместо этого использую плагин, который бесплатный. Он называется... как ты видишь, я все почти его посмотрел. Но он там иногда просто скучно это делает. Но, в принципе, норм. Он добавляет какие-то вещи, которые не нужно добавлять. Это самый крутой по NPC. Вот. Но я стопнул в какой-то момент, там у него дальше уже просто бесполезное. Это только для кого-то определенного, какой-то группы Enemy Combat. Это он делает симуляцию, чтобы они друг друга били. Это что-то у него там совсем уже какая-то пошла. Называется Pathfinding Unreal Engine Smart Pathfinding, как-то он называется. Smart Pathfinding Unreal Plugin. Вот она. Customizable Pathfinding. Вроде это она. Нет, это не она. Это... Наверное, она также работает. Не, он не требует навмеш. Здесь я не знаю, что у этого. Подожди, CPAV. Ну, все правильно. Здесь он просто показывает. Это не настоящий. CPAV Unreal. Вот он. Нет, это он. Basic 3D Setup Guide. Здесь ты, в принципе, увидишь. Там без навмеша. Там очень круто. Я тебе просто покажу. У него работает еще блокинг. То есть это каким-то образом работает через Live Tracing. Я так понимаю, у него стоят маленькие кусочки, которые ставятся. Ты можешь увеличить количество этих кусочков, чтобы они были более precise, увеличить коробочку. В этом центре коробочки будет спавниться точечка. Она будет шутить trace path к следующей точечке, которая была найдена в этом квадратике. Как я понимаю, как логика работает. У него это прикольно, что он показывает, вот видишь, как она идет. Но у меня это один в один совершенно такая же система. Она находит самый ближайший путь, и потом после этого он делает коробку, которая двигается. Но здесь он показывает, как он щелочку сделал. А после этого он делает ее анимированную, если не ошибаюсь. Вот здесь он добавляет коробку и делает ее movable и говорит ей, куда двигаться. И вот смотри, она идет, показывает, что она идет. Я пальцем на экране показываю. Потом она, когда закрывается, они видят, нет, мы так не можем пойти, и они обходят, если у них разрешено. Видишь, они в воздух идут. Как только открылась дырка, они сразу же выбирают самый ближайший путь и идут по-другому. Я не знаю, как по перформансу. Это ты уже не ко мне. Это ты уже... Это чисто только на поиск путя. Если у тебя много, то я тебе советую просто делать как у этого Альзихери. Делай как у Али, просто один в один. Он там показывает, как тебе делать, чтобы они между друг другом дрались, чтобы они туда-сюда, кто-то с кем-то. Поэтому я думаю, лучше у него делай. Мне кажется, тебе нужно просто взять просто концепт у Али полностью. Потому что он сразу делает драки между собой. Он какой-то сталкер, короче, делает. У него именно вот прям... как это называется? S-Life? Какой-то Life. Alive. Alive и сталкера он делает. В плане симуляции АИ. Как они работают, как они дерутся и как они играют. Вот Али делает именно прямо Life. Чтобы они прятались, чтобы они... не прятались за бочкой, чтобы они что-то делали, не делали. У него прям там, прям совсем. Ну, да. Обращайся. Я тут всегда, я уже насмотрелся этих
туториалов. У меня экспириенс туториалов Веда год, наверное, чуть больше года. Я как бы, если тебе нужны туториалы почему-то, я всегда как бы здесь могу что-нибудь показать. Тебе нужно 2D, тебе нужно 3D, тебе нужна анимация, тебе нужно это, тебе нужно то. Я как бы...
Просто обычно самые популярные туториалы самые калечные. Вот то, что я тогда пытался искать с анимацией, там какой-то говносос просто вылез, который еще какие-то шуточки, мне еще и делать нечего, смотреть, когда он делает туториал, он какие-то шутки там рассказывает. Ужас какой-то. Мне вот такой вот нужен. Мне нужен Senior Principal Concept Technical Artist. Вот мне вот такой нужен. Поэтому...
And we're going to get that result and feed it in. So, theoretically,
Возвращаемся.
when we drag
Он сказал root.
our module onto our modular rig, it's going to go through and it's going
Самый
to get candidates.
настоящий
And
экшен.
if the connector equals the primary joint, then what it's going to do is it's going to get the information from the root. I'm going to skip sockets just in case, and it's going to set the default match for the primary joint. So let me just go ahead and show you that. Let's compile and save, and let's drop that into our rig. So theoretically, you'll notice that now our live FK control got dropped in, and the primary joint also got set to the upper arm, which is cool. However, let's go back and just try to wrap our heads around a little bit of this whole connection thing.
Но он должен
What if we
детей
didn't do
получить
this
теперь.
sequence? What if we didn't do this match? Let's just go ahead for kicks and skip this right now. And all I'm going to do is just set the default match. This is what I'm talking about. If I set the default match, how do we know which connector we're setting the default match to? We don't. It's this wild asynchronous world where if we go to our live and we drop this onto the shoulder, you'll notice that all of my connectors are getting set to the root joint, which is not what we want. I wanted, for illustrative and tutorial purposes, to set the secondary joint to be the first child of the primary joint, just to make things interesting. So now that you understand why we can't just set the default match, this is what I mean by this is asynchronous. If the candidate connector is the primary joint, even though it's almost like there's nothing that sets it in here, this is where we're setting that first default match. All right, now we're going to do a similar thing for the secondary. So here's what we're going to do, just like we did for our primary.
Я, кстати, я сейчас поймал себя на мысли, я когда вот говорю про Али, я не знаю, зачем я это говорю, но просто я хочу сказать, что у меня в голове происходит. У него такие голубые глаза, и я когда его говорю, я прям вижу, как он мне в душу смотрит этими глазами. Сейчас я тебе Сабин скину. Он просто, он еще начинает full zoom. Сейчас. Я тебе фотку скину. Так, здесь не начинает с лица. Там так смешно смотрит тебе в душу. Ну не, ну черненький-то это понятно. Он там какой-то, мне кажется, испанец или итальянец. Но надо делать такую паузу и в душу тебе смотрит. Потому что он делает зум на свое лицо. Вот здесь. Не, ну здесь не настолько, но на себе, чтобы ты понимала. У него там иногда есть, что он прям совсем... Он еще и зумит понемножечку на себя. Здесь еще хотя бы не видно. А, но он в конце это делает, потому что... Просто как же он пелит в эту душу.
Ты точно так же
And
делаешь.
also, if you go through the existing control rig modules, you'll see all these stuff going on with for loops and everything like that. But this is the
На
simplest form
Soundstation
of
все
setting
точно
the
так
default
же.
match. So let's get an
Да, но у него прям очень выделяется.
item. This time, the item that we're going to
Интересно,
get
это
is going to
его
be the
или это
secondary.
линзы?
Okay, and
Да нет, конечно, это его. Ты чё?
Ну, вдруг такие хорошие линзы.
Он,
Есть
кстати,
прям линзы, которые как натуральные.
он, кстати, может быть, наверное, какой-нибудь, может быть, этот, кстати, какой-нибудь Сауди.
Метис.
Нейросетка, если взгляд не сводит. Не, он сводит взгляд. Я понял какой-то, типа
so
Nvidia,
when
да,
we get our
который
candidates
есть.
again, we can just copy them, and we're going to do the exact same test. So if these are equal, if they're equal, then what we're going to do,
Так, ну он, по сути, то же самое делает теперь.
oops, I missed. We are
Только
going
это
to
для
set our
secondary.
animation. Right? Ultimately, we're going to be calling this set default match. Now, what are we going to set the default match for the secondary joint to? Remember, I said I wanted it to be the child. So to do that, just to make things challenging and illustrative, what we're going to do is we're actually going to get the child. From the connection, we're going to get
Я
the
знал,
children,
что он будет получать чайлдов.
and
А можно получить
we
первого?
could get the item at 0. This should be the child. Now, we should technically do some error checking here. Like maybe if there isn't a child or it doesn't exist or it doesn't have one, but you know, I'm not going to worry about this. This is all about connectors and trying to wrap your head around how these connectors work. So compile and
Так, подожди-ка, возвращаемся. Так, теперь мы хотим получить item. После этого мы говорим equals. Получаем кандидатов, get кандидаты на эту роль. Это должен быть коннектор. Secondary joint. Это после этого мы делаем branch. Equals. Как только он эквалит этому, мы...
Я скоро в натуре буду техникал-художником в Unreal Engine. Это что такое?
Так, и мы хотим получить get connection. Мы хотим получить primary joint или root. Root. И мы хотим children, get children, get add, просто можно add, индекс 1, set default match, true. Okay.
we could get the item at 0. This should be the child. Now, we should technically do some error checking here. Like maybe if there isn't a child or it doesn't exist or it doesn't have one, but you know, I'm not going to worry about this. This is all about connectors and trying to wrap your head around how these connectors work. So compile and save. Now let's go ahead and delete our live FK control and let's drop this onto our shoulder. Now you'll notice, now that we've set this up, our upper arm, that's our base. Our primary joint is the upper arm again, but look at our secondary joint. Our second...
Проверяем у себя, естественно. Так. Compile. Здесь тоже compile, the save. Теперь в теории, если я это наведу на эту, я получаю elbow. Нет, L-arm. Она работает. Она работает. Она все законнектила. Она все законнектила. Так.
Secondary joint is now the low arm. This is awesome. This is exactly what we wanted. So this is how, from everything I found so far, all of the default matches are being set for any of the connectors that you are creating in your modular rigs that show up here that allow your end user, whether it be an animator or another rigger or whatever, to set these values as they're creating their little Lego legs or Lego rigs. Which is really cool. Okay, so now that we understand how the connectors work, let's talk about how to use the connectors just like we've been
тоже
doing
в глаза смотрит. Ой, я поставил на паузу, так смешно. Мы серьезно моргаем по очереди? Сабин, ты также моргаешь?
Как?
Сначала один глаз, потом второй.
Нет.
Может, он этот?
Как их называют?
all of our control.
Как их называют?
Органианин. Я не знаю, как они называют.
Нет.
Лизарды.
Да, лизер.
Ящер.
Ящеры.
Rig videos in order to set up an FK control that drives our shoulder. So let's do that. Okay, so let's go back to our
Как у
library.
них
And what we're
глаза
going to
такие
do now that we have
голубые,
our
они
connectors
все
is we are
знают.
going to
В мультиках
Как
в
что
анимации
делать?
прием такой, чтобы по очереди глаза закрывали. Ну-ка, бля, ты чё, шаришь? Он, может, поэтому так и моргает? Он себя приучил моргать по очереди? Это чтобы поймать момент? Это чтобы, когда человек смотрит и глаза закрываются, он видит, что глаза начинают закрываться, но потому что второй еще открыт, он потом после этого закрывается, чтобы у тебя было время понять, что кто-то моргает.
To set up our construction. Now, for
Так, как construction script.
our construction script, I'm going to do something once again to help explain what's going on. I'm going to create a new variable. This is going to be called our base joint. Our base joint. And this is a rig element key. Rig element key. And then I'm also going to create a second, let's see, no, parent. Let's do parent. The control parent. So we're going to create a control parent. And that is also going to be a rig element key. And then what we're going to do is we are going to set these values. So the first thing I'm going to do in my construction event is I'm going to go ahead and let's do a sequence. And I want to initialize this base joint. So I'm going to set the value of this. What am I going to set the value
Set base joint.
from? I am going to get the connection.
Опять connection. Короче, get connection это самое важное.
Учись. Потом будешь
And the
тоже
connector I'm
делать
going to
такие
get is
эти
my primary
ролики.
joint. Okay? And I'm going to set the base
Что
joint.
делать буду?
Ролики.
Какие ролики?
Видео.
Туториалы?
Да.
Могу просто взять, весь его контент перезапилить.
Как создать игру за 1 год?
Скажи еще. Hello guys, here's my devlog number 156. I am senior concept creator artist at Riot Games. And here...
Going to be this value.
Да.
Я его же даже не
then-
пробить. Я не знаю, как это
Да.
делать. Его можно как-то пробить, наверное.
Now I can use this
Я знаю,
base
что его имя зовут... Его зовут
joint
Кевин.
all throughout my scripting and everything, but you can use this to get any bones you want.
А можно на LinkedIn, наверное, найти. Riot Games Senior Principal Technical Artist LinkedIn. О, Riot Games. Его зовут Кевин.
У меня одно сообщение на LinkedIn.
Кто же?
No longer accepting. Мне не нужны работы.
Сегодня будешь работать?
Так, нашел какого-то Аарон Айкман. У него есть connection. Эх, жалко.
Все работает у вас там.
Да, ты сиди там в своем загнивающем Востоке. Даже чтобы YouTube посмотреть, нужно платить деньги для VPN. Ужас.
And then the other thing I'm going to do
Тебе нужно оформлять аж целых 10 подписок. VPN, интернет, платить за жилье и за YouTube премиум. Или еще адблок, чтобы YouTube смотреть.
is I'm going to get the parent
А
of
мне
this,
только 4. Так, get
and I'm
parent.
going to set my control parent.
Так.
Мне 0.
Сабин. Primary joint. Какой-то skip socket, кстати. Вот это интересно, кстати. Вот это, кстати, очень интересно, кстати. Мы получаем потом get parent.
У меня зарубежная банковская карточка.
А так ты сделай себе Bybit просто карту. Крипту. У Bybit есть карточка.
Не, ну хочешь, давай тебе еще и туториал по крипте сделаем как-то.
В Bybit там нужно очень много подтверждений сделать. Я не знаю, как для русских работает. Говорили, что с русским не дают. Но там можно запросить себе карточку, и у тебя будет виртуальная карточка, которой можно пользоваться, и они буквально тебе дают 100 евро в неделю, вроде ты можешь пользоваться. То есть на продукты, например, можно тратить ее. Я еще пока не пробовал, ее надо как-то через Google Play подконнектить. Вот, и у тебя в крипте лежат, и можно это. И она у тебя считается, ну, как крипта, а с нее там любая валюта списывается, потому что они всегда соединены ко всем валютам. Какую хочешь, ту и платишь.
Открывайте казахстанские карточки.
Сабин, как сиди там.
Открывайте казахстанские карточки.
And once I have done that,
Так,
so far we
где-то
haven't done anything visual yet. So now let's do the actual construction. Here's what I want to do. I want to spawn.
Ага, здесь он их сетит. Хорошо, это уберем. Так, первое это мы их сетим. Говорят, что есть, короче, мамонт. Если ты хочешь дофига что взять, попробуй вот этот. Я его сейчас вобью просто. Ты увидишь, что там. Я не стал за него платить. Вот ты типа платишь 10 за все. Вот, смотри, ты получаешь Cloud, GPT 4.0, Llama, Grok, Mistral, Gemini, DeepSeek. Вот это все ты получаешь. Также ты получаешь Midjourney, DALL-E, Stable Diffusion, Recraft. Ну, Stable Diffusion, Flux это одно и то же. Какой-то Reasoning модель, DeepSeek. Что-то там еще. Но они лимитированы. То есть ты можешь... у тебя там лимиты есть. То есть, например, я так понимаю... Не знаю, короче. Они какие-то лимитированные там, я смотрел у них. Если хочешь много чего попробовать, то вот. Я думаю, это хороший, чтобы посмотреть все, что ты хотел. Но я думаю, что она плохая, потому что, например, если я хочу Midjourney, я хочу много генераций. А там как будто бы есть лимит на генерации. Вот. Поэтому я не стал. Потому что Midjourney можно заабузить, если у тебя базовая подписка, у тебя все равно unlimited почти.
Я умею абузить Midjourney.
Поэтому... ChatGPT Premium мне не понравился. ChatGPT Premium только прикольно, что в него можно фотки загружать. И все. И если не ошибаюсь, с него можно код заливать и одновременно код редактировать. Это для программистов.
A control that is parented to the parent that is, we'll just take the default control for now. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to spawn a control. And where and how is this control going to be set up?
Называется не мамонт, если что, а мам и по-английски рот. Mouth. Mouth. AI.
Now, by default, we could set it to be in world space and parent to the root, etc. But for the purposes of this case, we're just going to keep it simple. We're going to parent it into the hierarchy, which is not what we normally do. We would probably get the previous control, but again, just roll with me here. We're going to take our base joint. We're going to get our base. Where and how is this control going? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to spawn a control. And where and how is this control going to be set up? Now, by default, we could set it to be in world space and parent to the root, etc. But for the purposes of this case, we're just going to keep it simple.
Этого надо замедлить сейчас.
Что я говорила 10 минут назад?
Сабиби!
Is
Что я
this
говорила 10
control
минут
going to
Тихо.
be set up?
Когда меня не слышно.
Now,
Он сейчас очень важное говорит. Подожди, помолчи,
we're going
пожалуйста.
to spawn a control.
Он рассказывает, что это как это нужно правильно делать, но он будет сейчас неправильно делать.
And where and how is this control going to be set up? Now, by default, we could set it to be in world space and parent to the root, etc. But for the purposes of this case, we're just going to keep it simple. We're going to parent it into the hierarchy, which is not what we normally do.
Окей. Его надо в World Space коннектить.
We would probably get the previous control, but again, just roll with me here.
Мы получаем предыдущий контрол, он еще сказал. Запоминаем,
We're
запоминаем.
going to take our base joint, we're going
Наверное,
to get
get
our
spawn
base
control.
joint, and I am going to take the name of this base joint, and I'm going to
spawn control, base joint get.
Concatenate. Concatenate is just, once again, if you haven't been watching the videos, it's a fancy way to say add two strings together, and I'm going to put an underbar.
Concate это append. А если напишу append? Concate.
Let's say control on this. This is going to make CTRL. Control. This is
Теперь понятно, что они говорят control. Понятно.
А я-то думал, что значит какой-ка.
going to make the name of the new control that we are spawning. If we compile this, we have an error because we do need to have our initial value. So where is our initial value coming from? Our initial value is going to come from our base joint. So let's get a transform. Get a transform. Let's feed this into the item, and we can feed this into our initial value. Compile. Now when we do that, we do have a bit of a problem or disconnect here. We have our global spaces and local spaces don't match. If I were to change these both to global space just for demonstrative purposes, when we come back in here, if we compile this, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of our mesh. You can see we already have a control. This is it. We already have a control. It's up here on our shoulder. However, if you take a look at our rig hierarchy over here on the right, you'll notice our up arm left control is not parented to the parent. So let's go back and do that. So here's our control, and what we're going to do is the control parent is going to be here. Now, here's the problem. When we do this, our rig is going to freak out. Actually, maybe not. Let's see if it is getting parented in. Oh, cool. So sometimes I have found that global space isn't really global space. So I've had to mess with this, but it turns out in this case, we are good, which is awesome. So we have our control parent, we have our joint, and if you'll
parent, local, global.
notice in our hierarchy, our control is now parented to the clavicle. So wherever our shoulder goes, our control goes with it. That's what we want. Cool. Now all we have to do is the forward solve, and we're there. So let's go back to our newly created module, compile and save it. And in our forward solve, all we're going to do is the same thing we do with basic control rig stuff. So let's get our control, and we should probably store our control as a variable, but we'll just do this for now. Get the joint.
Что надо сторить?
So let's get our control, and we should probably store our control as a.
Окей, он сказал storage, значит я это сделаю сейчас. Надо какой-то array делать, мне кажется.
As a variable, but we'll just do this for now. Get the joint, concatenate.
Append. Я не буду писать concatenate. Отказываюсь запоминать это.
Because this is about the modular rig, this is not about everything else. I'm going to get the end of our control. And then what we're going to do is we're going to be setting the transform. So let's set transform. We're going to set the transform of the base joint, which in this case is our upper arm. We're going to be setting our transform to be the transform of the control that we just made. So let's get the transform of the control.
Вау, это так прикольно работает.
And this is a control. And we're going to be setting this value. Now we do need to make one other change. Actually, maybe not. Something to keep an eye on is in our construction event, whether you're getting the initial value of the bone or not. So depending on, you just, in your own control rig setup, depending on whether your controls are in local space, parent space, etc., double check that you're getting initial value or not. In this particular case, I'm going to go ahead and set that. Maybe that is the thing that, nope, we're still good. Okay, great. So we're getting the value in, let's see, hold on, back to our forward solve. So here's our forward solve. So we're getting the control, we're getting the transform of the control in global space, and we're setting the transform of the bone also in global space. And let's go ahead and compile that, save that, and let's go back to our modular rig and see how we did. Look at that.
Вау, если это серьезно сейчас сработает. Как он спрятал? А как понять, что у меня есть control rig?
Hold on, save this onto our shoulder. Base, our secondary, so connect your creating. Okay, going to set up one. This is create going to be. Go ahead. To
что-то еще делал?
The pattern going to have virtual. That is default. That's the whole theme. If you have a make, you need to have a problem. We compile this. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of our mesh.
А как сделать так, чтобы было видно скелет? Они есть, только они маленькие. Ну, допустим. Но я хочу видеть скелет. Я пытаюсь, но здесь что-то не видно. О! Иерархия на будущее. Кости. И выбираешь вся. Так, ну и надо сделать побольше. Но если сейчас будет происходить ротация руки, ГГ. Происходит ГГ. Все. О, боже мой. Не, его надо целовать в ноги. Вау. Я сделал Рига. Ой, прям плакать хочется. Ой, он еще до этого показал, как сделать разные косточки. То есть теперь я могу использовать этот скелет как базу. Мне только надо волосы удалить. Мне удалить волосы в костях. Можно, конечно, их оставить, в принципе. Теперь я могу это использовать и использовать ту же самую структуру для всех своих персонажей. И если я хочу им что-то добавить, то я просто это добавляю. Косточку. Как сделать побольше-то только ее? Почему Риги маленькие такие? Они до этого были маленькие. Она увеличивается же даже. Писечка моя. Маленькая. Так, хорошо. Как увеличить-то контрол Риги? У него они огромнейшие просто. Это, наверное, от самой кости зависит как-нибудь. Я вообще без понятия, как это делать. Сейчас посмотрим, может он скажет.
You can see we already have a control. This is it. We already have a control. It's up here on our shoulder. However, if you take a look at our rig hierarchy over here on the right, you'll notice our up arm left control is not parented to the parent. So let's go back and do that. So here's our control, and what we're going to do is the control parent is going to be here. Now, here's the problem. When we do this, our rig is going to freak out.
Не, написано show controls.
Actually, maybe not. Let's see if it's actually, it is getting parented in.
Нет,
cool.
надо было закомпайлить.
So sometimes I have found that global space isn't really global space, so I've had to mess with this. But it turns out in this case, we are good, which is awesome. So we have our control parent, we have our joint, and if you notice in our hierarchy, our control is now parented to the clavicle. So wherever our shoulder goes, our control goes with it. That's what we want. Cool.
Я знаю как.
Now,
Ладно, сейчас
all
он
we have to
доделает,
do
я
is
знаю
forward
как.
solve, and we're there. So, let's go back to our newly created
ну он это
module.
уже сделал
I'll
для
save
меня.
it.
Forward solve.
And in our forward solve, all we're going to do is variable, but
Да?
so we still have to use.
Не,
Everything
это
we've
вообще,
learned about
это
control
чат.
so
Это
far,
вообще...
all still applies. We still have forward solves, backward solves,
Это-
construction scripts. Literally, the only thing that changed is how the data works. So there's a little bit of a wrapper around our control rigs now, our modules, which is kind of all about the connectors. Once we understood how the connectors work, and admittedly, they're a lot deeper. There's a lot more in here. There's a lot of different things that you can do as far as providing module settings, colors, propagating those down to each of the sub-modules, getting the hierarchy. If you're brave and you dig into some of the existing modules that are in the preview, you can start to wrap your head around it. Hopefully this little intro will help you understand some of the basics about how all these connectors work, how to set some of the default values and so on. For all the rest of the control rig series that we're doing, we are just going to make sure that we are building our control rigs in a way that we can very quickly transfer them to the modules. As always, thanks for being the best part of this entire experience. The community, I learned a ton from you all's questions. Once again, I probably wouldn't even dug into this if the community hadn't asked. As always, appreciate all the help. Thanks for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Take it easy.
Forward solve. Вот здесь это надо настраивать. Rotation, translation, scale. Я делаю multiply, initial value, И мультиплеер у нас будет в 5 раз. Compile. Да я не понимаю, почему он... А, я опять то же самое делаю. Ой, боже мой, какой я... Какой я... Прикольно, можно прям сразу, как только ты подключаешь эту штуку, менять позицию кости. Offset Transform. А, так я могу здесь это сделать еще. Че, 5, 5, 5? Правильно понимаю? Ну, хватит. Так, нет, как ее визуально поменять? Shape. Transform. О. Опа. Так. Name. Кружочек. Circle. Fin. Circle Solid. Circle Fig. Повернем его на 90. Не в ту сторону. Тоже не та сторона, что ли? О! О май гад! Надо это сами теперь скинуть. Надо сделать это побольше, а то он что-то... Найс. Супер кул. Супер найс. Так. Теперь надо понять, что вот эти делают. Как они вообще работают? Ты шаришь по ригу на лекабле? Можешь мне объяснить эти? Пока что они одинаково работают для моего скелета. А, нет, подожди. Одна делает кость, а вторая все. А, нет, то же самое. Блин, слушай. Я правильно понимаю, что теперь я могу это... Сейчас, погоди, я хочу сначала повеселиться. Рута на них вроде настройки где-то есть переключалки. Окей. Так. Сейчас я ее закидываю, она выдает ошибку. Вопрос почему? Потому что я сейчас настраиваю... Сейчас ничего не будет происходить, я правильно понимаю? Да отстань ты со своими шариками. Да нет, все равно все происходит. А в чем смысл? Надо их еще больше сделать, а то они какие-то эти. Пусть будет 10. Что перевернуть? Зачем мне переворачивать, если мне персонаж так будет стоять? Ты о чем вообще перевернуть?
Нарикабля, ты о чем вообще? Что значит перевернуть?
Я ж так буду анимировать. Зачем мне их переворачивать? Я могу их шариками сделать максимум. Шарика я что-то... Ты думаешь, перевернуть будет лучше? Мне кажется, так будет легче кликать, если... Я же анимировать так буду. Я когда буду анимировать, я буду вот так делать. Я вот так буду сидеть. Не, ну давай попробуем их перевернуть. Вот так просто неудобно выбирать их. Понимаешь? Поэтому я думаю... Я же не в 3D все же это буду делать. База будет в 2D, а потом, если что, дополнительные вещи уже будут в 3D делаться. Сейчас? В смысле, визуально не увижу, в каком оно положении. О чем ты? Если я вижу. Нет? Что ты имеешь в виду, не увижу визуально? Мне кажется, я все вижу спокойно сейчас визуально. Я могу это сделать триангулар, конечно. Могу это сделать квадратиками, чтобы прям совсем было видно. Ну. Так я могу просто форму кружочку поменять. Так подожди, я понял, что ты имеешь в виду. Так, подожди. Ну так это можно... Я же теперь крутой. Я же могу сделать теперь это так. Я же теперь крутой, меня научил уже. Я понял тебя. Я сейчас сделаю. Как тебе такое? Так лучше? Ну, а теперь надо, чтобы он фолловил его. Вот это да, ты имел в виду? Он всему меня научил, это мой сенсей. Он сейчас смотрит на мои стримы и улыбается. Мне надо перезапустить. У меня память кончилась. Так, library. Хайп, 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 хайп. 2.40. Почему там Гитлер? Где туалет? Это ты, Сабин. Ты так же звучишь. И выглядишь. Я так понимаю, теперь надо сделать так, чтобы она коннектилась к ротации предыдущего. Скибиди доп-доп, yes. Так. Сабин, что ты молчишь?
Ничего,
Тебе не понравилось видео?
ничего сказать.
Опа. Так. Зачем я запускаю игру?
А зачем я игру запустил?
Так, нет, не получилось. Это не то. Почти. Local, наверное, space. Ну как ты работаешь? Я не знаю, как она называется. Point arrow. Hello, Six Sapien. It was going hard at the start, but now it's going well. Now it's going well. I just need to set up some stuff and I don't know how to, but I'm trying to do that. Thank you, Sixapian. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. It works. I just need to understand will be 20, maybe 15 actually. Окей. Very nice. Теперь она показывает, куда должна показывать. Now it's pointing. Dude, I don't have level design at all right now. I don't even have a visual as well. But yeah, it's just honestly I'm just kinda putting everything together as I can. But thank you. Right now I'm changing my animation logic. Nice. I'm glad that you can. But lately I've been stuck because I really want to expand on my combat logic, but sadly I have to change a lot of stuff for that, and if I want it to look visually good and working properly, so I've been stuck for like a week working on that, maybe more actually. Че ты молчишь, Сабибе?
Чё?
Обиделась?
Нет,
То, что тебя котом называют?
нет.
Просто молчишь?
Что тебе сказать?
Что тебе сказать еще? Слышь, оттуда. Да ничего мне не говори. Okay, so yes. Dude. На Лекабле? Да. Yes, Firefly is very cool. Good concept. Good logic. У Светлячка своя игра может быть, мне кажется. Engine, plugins, control rig, models. Okay, so I want to take root. Okay, let's take arm. Let's check how chair looks. Do they have array? Yes. Module. Нет, этим, наверное, нужно заниматься. Я не буду это трогать. У меня вот этого достаточно, если честно. Сейчас приду. Светлячок, светлячок, Firefly. Так, я скопирую у них логику. Chain. Construction event graph. Нет, это тяжело, поэтому... На лекабле кость делать для меча или не надо? Ты бы делал дополнительную кость для меча? Или сокет? Мне кажется, сокет просто нельзя анимировать. А меч можно. Не, ну просто если бы я хотел взять руку и сказать, что взять руку и покрутить меч в центре, это вроде тяжело делать. А если у меня будет косточка дополнительная, я скажу покрутить косточку. Он покрутит косточку. Не? Хорошо, давай посмотрим этого чела. Я не буду у GPT спрашивать. Я спрошу у него. У него даже канал называется «Спроси Дева». Я сейчас смотрел вот это, нет. Вот это важно, кстати. Девелопер. Крутое имя. Елопер. Девелопер. А какой я видос только что смотрел? У него тоже есть Behavior 3, если что. Ты, может быть, наверное, от него посмотришь сначала Behavior 3. Я не шарю. Я не смотрел. Мне это не очень интересно пока что. А, вот, интро. Так, это пока не важно. Basic IK lag. Это, кстати, может быть и важно. Что, стоит лучше сначала сделать риг, как думаешь? Потом уже анимировать? Ну ладно, давай посмотрим. Отдыхающие стримы сейчас.
Alright everybody, welcome back to another Ask a Dev Control Rig series videos topic. Today we're going to be talking about forward.
А что он там? Я хочу видос посмотреть последний. Он сказал, что он идет инди.
You want to see a AAA dev take on the indie space? You're in the right place. My name's Kevin. I've worked professionally in film and game for the last 25 plus years, working on some amazing projects, surrounded by top-tier talent in every discipline. It has been an amazing journey, and also, I think there are a few things that I take for granted. So what better way to figure it all out than to kick ourselves out of the nest and build an indie game? So, we're going to return to the roots of what Ask a Dev originally started on, and we're going to be building an indie game, a shipped single-level game of my choosing, built in Unreal Engine, and I'm going to share along the way the entire journey through devlogs, and we will go ahead and
Он
build
копирует
the
меня, он
occasional
будет
tutorial
девлоги делать.
when I think the community would benefit.
Я думаю, ему мои шорты попались, и он, короче, так, давайте сегодня сделаем, давай, надо инди делать, девлоги. О, я тебе отвечаю, он увидел, я ему тоже попался в фид.
That from a tutorial or something like that. We already have a lot of training online that you're welcome to check out, as well as if you are interested in more frequent updates, if you hop in our Patreon, I will be doing live dev streams on a much more frequent and regular basis. In the meantime, if this sounds like
Не, ну что-то же будет через 20 лет.
an exciting journey,
Я могу
feel
по генерациям делать туториалы жесткие.
to join the channel and help spread the word, let people know what we're doing, and I hope to see you in an upcoming devlog.
Самое, ну, понимаешь, просто это очень проблематичная тема, я уже до этого рассказывал, что сейчас каждый идиот пытается делать туториал. Каждый кринжер, у которого просто нет опыта. И ты смотришь на эти туториалы, и ты как бы такой, да. Потом смотришь, а у него везде булины написаны. Булин, end. И там 5 булинов в энде. Сразу можно посылать его и не смотреть эти туториалы. А потом у него просмотров 200 тысяч. Такой, вау, 200 тысяч. Заходишь, а у него там кринж какой-то просто базовый. Ой, наликабли, хватит. Ну, кстати, на самом деле, если ты будешь в натуре делать девлоги со своей порно-игрой и блюрить свои сцены, то, я думаю, у тебя там... Ты хорошенько можешь это. Если ты прям еще придрочишься и будешь делать, чтобы был блюр только на определенном месте, сделаешь трекинг, вообще легко. Так, ну хорошо, пойдем тогда по его туториалам дальше.
Alright everybody, welcome back to another Ask a Dev Control Rig series videos topic. Today we're going to be talking
Я
about
разделяюсь
forward
с этим.
kinematics or FK
Это
controls.
легко.
My name's Kevin. We have a bunch to cover. We're trying to keep
Я
these
все на YouTube...
succinct.
Ты вообще
So we're
забей
going to be
насчет
hopping
других.
right in. But if you haven't realized it yet, this entire series is also going to end up being a small 101
Потому что
course
я
on
еще и
how to rig and create
преподаватель,
your own
еще там
characters.
это...
Just as far
И
as
что ты преподаешь? Камасутру? Наликабли.
character setup goes. So before we get started with setting up our own FK controls, we're going to be talking about FK controls, a little bit more about control placement, as well as the forward solve. But before we do that, I think it's probably best to explain to you all.
Он опять моргнул
before we
разными
do
глазами,
that,
я это
I think
заметил.
Probably best
Он опять моргнул, и сейчас он моргнул разными глазами.
explain to you all
И сейчас он моргнул разными
the
глазами.
forward solve. But before we do that, I think it's probably best to explain to you
Сейчас был разные глаза.
all the difference between forward
Детям
kinematics,
блендер?
FK,
А, ну и
and
норм.
inverse kinematics, or IK. That way you have a solid understanding of what that is foundationally as we start to build that out. To do that, let's hop into Unreal and take a look at some examples.
Ты на самом деле делаешь крутую штуку, потому что я в детстве, я почему начал-то вообще заниматься иллюстрацией художественной. Из чего это все началось? Там самый главный камень это то, что меня отправили в лагерь, а это был какой-то специальный лагерь. Наткнуться. Без мягкого знака, это что? Я преподаватель русского. Нет, я не преподаватель русского. Как они наткнутся на твой второй профиль? Ты просто себя назови по-другому, и все. Там no chance они наткнутся на твой второй профиль. Ты просто никак не линкуйся, и все. Так вот, я когда был в этом лагере, там был курс по фотошопу, и ты мог на него пойти, если захотел бы. И там мне показали все эти фотошопные трюки, как что делать, как делать прозрачность, туда-сюда, это, то. И я, короче, начал фотошопить жестко после этого у себя в школе. Парню член на лбы. на лоб. И там огромная пошла волна вот этих мемов. И потом из этого уже вылез как раз-таки фотошоп, рисование в фотошопе. Поэтому вот эта тетенька какая-то, которая меня учила фотошопу, она вся начальница вот этого всего. Поэтому ты даже потом в будущем не будешь представлять, на какой импакт ты на самом деле имеешь. Она имеет огромный импакт. Я не помню, но я просто знаю, что это от этого началось.
So here we are in Unreal Engine. We have two mannequin characters. These are both the default control rigs that come with the third person setup that is now part of Unreal Engine 5. And one of these characters is set up for FK, or forward kinematics, and one is set up for IK, inverse kinematics. Now, we're talking about forward kinematics today. The math version of what forward kinematics is basically all of the angles of all the controls cascade down to determine the final end effector position. What does that mean? It means that based on how you rotate your upper leg, your lower leg, and your ankle, the final foot position is determined by all of those rotations.
Как нога, Сабин?
Нормально.
Хорошо рисуется.
Мгм.
А чё так тихо? Сабин.
М.
А мне, кстати, там Unreal показывали еще. Я вспомнил. Мы там игру делали в Unreal еще, прикинь. Да, там были дети по 7, по 6 лет. Мне не помню, сколько было. 15, может, 14. Я сидел и делал игру в Unreal тогда. Точно, ты еще мне вспомнил, напомнил. Там показывали, как что покласть, как сделать персонажа, как добавить движение. Я это ничего не помню.
Now, a better way to think about that in not math speak is all of the changes you make have
Че ты мычишь, Сабин?
Ничего.
Просто подмучиваешь. Ну, сказала бы, что зрителям.
Чем надо?
Че им надо? Они агрессивные, да, сейчас скажи? Он наликаблю, он этот
Вообще.
токсик какой-то.
Ну какой стример, такие это и зрители.
Какой стример, такие зрители!
Да.
Стример с Холсом вообще-то.
Стример, токсик.
А еще кто?
Абузер, как это называется?
Абузер?
Да. Потом газвайтер.
Это то же самое. Так.
Ну нет, это все равно. Ну это вместе, наверное, скорее всего.
Ага. Я 98-го года.
Что еще? Мизогин?
Кто?
Мизогинист или как мизогин?
Ага.
Короче, женщин ненавидит.
Мисогинист.
Мизогинист.
Кто еще?
На R и тоже И заканчивается. Я не знаю, если можно говорить на стриме.
Как? Что? R?
На R начинается и на И заканчивается.
На И заканчивается?
Ист.
Нет, это можно говорить.
Расист.
Так.
А на Н и Ист, который заканчивается.
Тоже, наверное, можно говорить. Это же просто слова.
Нацист.
Так, кто еще?
Еще не любит детей, собак.
Ага.
Хочет сделать из детей и собак шашлык.
Да,
вместо садика поставить магазин презервативов.
Это она выдумывает, это она придумала из
Это
этого.
правда,
из «Папиных
это
дочек».
правда, это правда.
Одну серию «Папиных дочек» посмотрели, и началась эта шутка. Так.
Это правда. Что-то еще. Убийца.
Это что?
Кто котят топил?
Я не топил котят, я наблюдал в детстве, когда мне было 5 лет. Наликабле
Да,
подсказывает, что я шеймер.
Шеймер.
Кто еще?
Сейчас подумаю.
Насильник?
Насильник. АНП и фил, который заканчивается.
Наликабле сказал, заметь, насколько хорошо ее стало слышно, как только ты начала перечислять все мои эти.
Потому что я держу микрофон прямо у рта, чтобы всем было слышно, что я говорю.
Угу.
А можно, который на П и на фил заканчивается?
Да я думаю, ну это уже... Вот это спорное, кстати. Вот это я, кстати, не знаю.
PDF-файл.
Вот это можно говорить, вот это можно
Он
говорить.
PDF-файл.
Так. Нет, ну это звучит совершенно так же по-английски, между прочим.
Нет.
Окей.
PDF.
Вот так вот говори просто. и всё.
PDF-документ, короче.
Мгм.
Эм,
Кто еще?
Геронтофил.
И это я не знаю, что такое.
Это который любит стареньких.
Я и то, окей. Я комбо вообще давно.
Э,
Грандофил?
Геронтофил.
Герантофил. Ага. Еще кто?
Инцел.
О, да, это я. Гунер еще.
Гунер, Кунер.
Эджер.
Эджер.
Люблю
Я не
поэджер.
знаю, что это значит.
Но это слово нельзя говорить на всякий. Я его сказал, мне ничего не пришло. На букву Н и Р заканчивается. Книжный инструмент я. Без буквы К. Книжный инструмент. Поняла? Нет? Заканчивается на НЕ и заканчивается на ГР.
А, ты? Нет, ты не... Нет. Ты не книга. КН.
Ага.
КН.
Так.
Не знаю, все.
Все, кончились?
Не знаю, зависим от игр. Что еще там можно быть?
Вообще фейк.
Ой, фу. Мне мошка прям в воду упала.
Это тебе,
Почему
это тебе
это
вот
упало?
это за то, что ты сейчас сказала.
Она прям, я прям видел, как она туда залезла и утопилась.
Так это был мой маленький дрон.
Ты маленький дрон.
Я его маленьким пультом управлял. Отправлял тебе в рот. Ты что, думаешь, у тебя дронов нету по комнате? Я тебе там раскидал дронов, мошек.
Ну, я сейчас его смою.
Ты их не хлопай только.
Я несколько так хлопнула, и сейчас смою твоего
Там,
дрона.
если мошка в душе есть, вот это не трогай, самое главное.
А я их утопила всех.
А я-то думаю, что связь пропала с мошки 537 и 225.
Не знаю, откуда мошки берутся дома. Все залетают и залетают.
Из мусорки обычно.
Хотя, ну, меня мусорка меня часто.
Ну, я тебе говорю, из мусорки, либо у тебя там дырочка. Попробуй
У меня нет
затыкать.
уже этих.
У меня, помню, мошки вылетали из раковины.
Серьезно?
Мгм. Я закрыл потом все дырки из раковины на 2 дня или 3, и все прошло. Пропали мошки.
Хорошо.
Из раковины, которая кухонная, но можешь попробовать еще и эту, обычно.
Мгм.
Они просто так еще залетают, там вот это, которая еще дырочка сверху, которая от затопления или что-то переполнения, они там любят это спавниться.
Мгм.
Достаточно просто салфеткой, туалеткой затыкать и все. Ну, на ночь. Верхних достаточно затыкать. Я просто верхний затыкал везде. Все нормально было. Так, я иду смотреть туториал дальше. А ты иди мошек убивай. Взяла меня, разоблачила. Я вообще-то
Все знают.
мистериус. Мгм.
Они много чего не знают.
А ты
чего
еще
знаю
забыл
я.
сказать, что я буллер.
Да, ты буллер. Ну, токсик и буллер то же самое.
А, ну да, окей.
have a cascading effect because
Еще
of the
беременных
parent-child
женщин
relationship.
пинают он. Чтобы все знали.
Я помню, как...
Кого еще ты там пинаешь?
Ну, хотя бы я не поступил, как ты, с тем щеночком, когда мы гуляли.
Это враки.
If I
Это
rotate
все
the
уроки.
hip bone, the knee bone goes
Это
with it,
все
and if I
уроки.
rotate the knee bone,
Бедный
the ankle
щенок.
bone, and so on and so forth.
Какой
Let's take a
щенок?
look at that in practice.
Ну, тот самый.
If we take our hip
Даже не запомнил его.
bone, this is our FK
Конечно, для
setup.
тебя это был какой-то
You
как
can
мошка.
tell
просто.
because the way these characters are set up, we have our
Скорее ты сделал.
basically our circle controls that define FK. If I rotate my hip, you'll notice that the entire leg moves. Everything is affected. So if I need to rotate my knee, now just my foot. And it basically is going to do this based on the parent-child relationship. Now, let's contrast that against what an inverse kinematic setup is. The inverse kinematic setup is exactly the opposite. It takes the final position of the end joint or effector, in this case our foot, and it back calculates all of the angles of the joints to determine what they should be based on the parent's position. So the easiest way to explain this or show this is when I grab my hip control, if I move it, you'll notice that my character's knees bend. And you'll also notice my character's elbows bend. This rig on the left is set up to use inverse kinematics for the feet and the arms. And what is happening is as I move the body, the inverse kinematic solver it's called,
Классическое
is
движение, чтобы показать
calculating
окей.
what those knee positions should be to back calculate based on where the body position is. Contrast that with the forward kinematics version that I have here on the right. If I move this, you'll notice that my character maintains its pose, the feet go through the floor, and everything is affected. So we're going to be talking about forward kinematics today. Why or what are some quick advantages, just so you know for your own edification? Forward kinematics from an animation perspective. Largely,
Блин, я начал
depending
делать
on who-
Unreal, я научился девелопить, я научился анимировать, я научился делать, ну, текстуры я до этого умел делать, и в VFX я умел делать, моделить. Что я еще умею делать теперь? Ну, материалы я круче начал делать в Unreal. Теперь я еще 3D анимация будет. Что, тебе там мошка в нос попала теперь?
Мгм. А мне один раз так мошка залетела в ухо.
У меня в глаз
you talk to.
Мне в глаз
forward
тоже
kinematics is a
залетали.
lot
и в нос. В нос самое худшее.
И в нос тоже, да.
Это я все в тебя отправлял. Все это время.
Когда в деревне ходишь, так там они прям к тебе в лицо летят все.
А ты специально...
Да.
И сразу 10 одним этим.
А бесплатный белок.
Сколько лет занимаюсь чем?
lot easier to work straight ahead. It's an animation workflow. It also is a lot easier to get more...
Level
depending
design.
on who you talk to, it's a lot easier to get more realistic looking motion because that is the way your body works. You don't calculate your elbow position based off of where your hand is. In some cases, like, so you can think you can dance people who can pop and do all those kind of crazy things. Yes, you'll see that. But generally speaking, when I go to move my arm, it starts at the shoulder, moves down to the elbow, and then results in the wrist. It's kind of like a forward motion. Same thing with our spine. I don't rotate my chest, then my hips. That's just not the way it works. I rotate from the hips all the way through my chest. So generally speaking, forward kinematics is a little easier for straight ahead. It's a little easier to create natural motion. It's also a lot easier to stay on character model. What I mean by that is basically when a character gets created, if you are using just rotation,
Я 3D не занимаюсь. Я работал только как главный текстур-артист. PBR текстурки умею делать. Handpaint. Я handpaint'ом занимаюсь по большей степени. Handpaint текстуры. Создание под них мап. Unreal'ом я занимаюсь с 2024 года. Может быть, чуть-чуть пораньше. Но я до этого делал позы в 3D, в DAZе как раз таки, поэтому я и шарю. У меня 500 гигабайт ассетов для DAZа есть. Там хороший позер. Очень хороший позер там. Каждый, кого я знаю, меня спрашивают, я советую всегда DAZ под позы. В Дазе сильный позер просто. Что еще? Ну и потом я решил, короче, их экспортить в Unreal. И после этого я пошло-поехало. Игру я захотел делать. Я вообще изначально игру начал делать ровно год назад. Я остановился и решил делать сценки вместо этого. И после этого, когда я уже понял, как делать все эти уровни, как делать сцены, работа с камерой, работа с светом, работа с освещением, с тенями, эффекты. После этого пошли Unreal VFX, я начал делать. Вообще даже, может быть, это было в 2023. Потому что... Кажется, это было в 2023. Потому что до того, как я был текстур-артистом, у меня уже были знания по материалам Unreal. Поэтому, наверное, да. В 2023. В 2024 я паузу сделал.
It's a whole lot easier not to overstretch or oversquash your
Потом работа
characters.
началась.
Whereas with an IK solution, when you're translating things, you can overstretch your
Переехал.
character and you kind of break the silhouette, if you will. But let's not
Да-да-да.
get too far into that. Just understand there's a difference. Today we're talking about
Не делаю,
forward
чем
and
Unreal
backs.
2024.
So with that, let's delete these guys. We'll get rid
Я
of our
вообще ничего не
sequencer,
делал в
our
2024.
controls. Yep, we can get rid of
Кроме
all of
работы.
this. And we're going to go create our own control rig from scratch. Now, if you have watched the Dragon FK control setup video, a lot of this is going to be repetition. So feel free to skip ahead to IK. There are a couple extra little tips that I've thrown in there. I will try to bookmark those with chapter selections basically in the chapter selection sections down below. So once again, getting started, we're going to go to our meshes. We're going to create a control rig we're going to use Manny Simple, and we just simply right click, we choose create control rig, and we're going to name this control rig FK. Now we should probably name this Manny Simple, so we know which character it's for, Manny Simple FK, because we're only going to be working with FK today. So when we double click on this asset, we are back to our now familiar control rig interface, and we have a lot more that we're working with. We're no longer working with just a single joint that we created. So again, we have our rig hierarchy, we have our forward solve, and we don't even have construction or anything in here. So let's talk about creating our first FK controls, and we're going to do that using the leg. So I'm going to collapse down a couple things here, just to so we
А
don't not
3D я никогда
overwhelm
не
the visual.
занимался,
Now,
я с
if you
этой
recall,
просто
from
брал
our
и
last
делал
video, in order
рендер.
to create a control, there were two ways. We could just right click and create a new control.
Китбаши.
I don't want to do that because I want to cheat and use the fact that if I right click on the left thigh and choose new add controls for selected, it will automatically name my thigh control to match the bone name with an underbar control in it. And the naming is going to become important later because by the time we're done today, we are going to have an FK control rig that we can copy paste and use on any character no matter how many controls they have. So that's the goal. Control in it. And the naming is going to become important later because by the time we're done today, we are going to have an FK control rig that we can copy paste and use on any character no matter how many controls they have. So that's the goal. Okay, and as before, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to change my color to be a nice pretty blue because this is the character's left side. Although that did not
Я тоже все
seem
с
to
нуля
register.
делал.
So let's try that again.
Почти, кроме погоды.
Click OK. Now I can't see my control. It's in there, so let's just make it a little bit bigger and rotate it 90 degrees. And we're also going to go ahead and make this a thin circle. A little bit bigger. There we go. So now we can see our hip control. It's nice. And we're going to go ahead and create our knee control. And we're going to be doing this the same exact way, which in this case is actually called the calf with Manny. So we're going to right click on here. I'm going to choose new, add controls for selected. And that's going to create the calf control. Okay, so we did all that. We're going to color, we're going to scale, we're going to do all those things. But there's a faster way to do this. We can do them one at a time. And we're going to get into the faster way here in a second. But I want to show you some of the clarity of understanding of the importance of hierarchy here in a minute. So let's do the same thing with our calf control. We're going to rotate this 90 degrees. We'll lock our scale.
Я не
scale it
советую
up.
дазовских дел брать. Если честно. Они очень прям видимые.
Let's change our...
Так ты лучше MetaHuman делай, алло. Кринж. Слышь ты, кринжатина. Налека, бля. Какой даз? Иди в Unreal делай. Они же зачем сделали метахьюманов? У которых есть риги, у которых есть кастомизация, у которых работают все в Unreal уже, которые сделали после этого коллаборацию с Дазом, чтобы можно было одежду надевать. Да запитано это все. Делай в этом. Делай в MetaHuman. Ты чё? Ну или бери тела из Даза, убирай голову и бери лица из MetaHuman'ов. Ты чё, там же у них лютейшие уже... Да неважно, зато MetaHuman хотя бы лучше выглядит по сравнению с Дазом. У Даза кринжовая. Ну хотя, сам решай, сам решай. Я бы пользовался MetaHuman'ами лица, точно. Это не важно, палец или не палец. MetaHuman'ы хотя бы круто выглядят. У Даза не так прикольно выглядят по сравнению с MetaHuman'ами. Не знаю, у MetaHuman'ов есть уже риги. Ты просто анимации и ретаргетинг делаешь. Хочешь, чтобы они разговаривали, тебе даже анимации не надо делать. Понимаешь, что ты там аниматор крутой? Но, не знаю, я бы из MetaHuman'ов убрал. У них там одежда даже есть. Так что...
Shape to control then. Okay, so we have our controls. We created these. The goal is to
Сам
be able to
решай.
use these
Я тебе
as
сказал,
orthogonal
как бы я
which is
сделал.
literally just taking the current control position and setting the bone
Там же
position.
даже вот, смотри, что есть. Тебе, может быть, вот это возбудит. Но у меня и в предложке было вечно. Где это теперь? Вот.
All right, let's see what we've got here. A bit of stretch here. Do faces really need to be this complicated? They do so much just for a smile. A little tug here. A little stretch there. And done.
Ну, конечно, полностью растягивает. Не знаю, мне кажется... Они оптимизированы еще. Может даже, наверное, загуглить MetaHuman плюс DAZ, наверное. Вот, смотри тебе. Туториал. Вот тебе туториал. Вот тебе туториал. Вот тебе туториал. Так там же было, я где-то нашел сейчас оптимизация. Вот, новая оптимизация. Так, а у тебя что, лодов нету? Тебе же придется лодить просто их. Unreal сам же умеет лоды делать. В Unreal уже продуманная лод-система. Level of Detail. С MetaHuman'ами, скорее всего, можешь делать Level of Detail тоже. Не знаю. Посмотри, углубись в это. Но здесь он 100 пудов показывает, небось, лодовую систему. Вот, смотри, он уже показывает low. Вот. Ну, я не знаю, ну вот уже буквально
За 2 минуты я тебе нашел, как чел сделал уже.
мобильную версию MetaHuman'а. А вот качественная версия. Оптимизированные MetaHuman'ы, вот те.
And based on the control position. And if you recall, this is all a little bit of a recap from the last video. If all we do is take our, well, we can get both of them. This is our calf control, and we take our thigh control. And we get these. Okay, we have each of those. We are going to be setting our thigh left, escape, thigh left. Let's set the bone. Okay, and we're going to set this bone position to be our thigh control position. Because wherever the thigh control is, whatever it's rotated to, that's how we want to drive our setup, and this is technically forward kinematics because based on the rotations, etc. So we're going to do the same thing with our
А
cast.
что тебе мешает это делать с Дазом, ой, с в Unreal для MetaHuman? Ты же просто меняешь скелет. Ты же ретаргетинг. Я ж сижу, редакчу скелеты сейчас. У MetaHuman 100 пудов есть скелет, который ты можешь редактировать. Ты 100 пудов, наверное, можешь просто взять и убрать кости в нем. Причем кости это вообще не важно.
To create a problem.
Мне кажется,
I don't want to get
запариваешься
bone. I
насчет
actually chose the wrong
костей.
thing here. Let's drag our calf in here and set bone. And now I'm not going to connect it at first because I want to
Можно просто анимации им убрать.
show you if what we do at this point, because we
Используют
set our
специфические анимации, которые только рот двигают, а все остальное не двигается.
solve, and we're only connecting our thigh. When I rotate the thigh, you'll notice my leg moves. But I want you to notice that as the leg moves, the knee does not. That is because currently there is no defined relationship between the thigh and the calf. So there's nothing to tell this to move with the thigh bone. We need to establish a hierarchy. And that is going to be even more evident because when we connect our thigh bone, or our calf bone, to our control, and we basically drive our calf position and rotation from our calf control. Now, if we pick our calf control and we rotate, everything's happy, it works. But if we pick our thigh bone and we rotate, you'll notice that we're breaking our character's leg. And this is because we need to understand that hierarchy matters even in our control setups. So if we're using a forward kinematic setup, an FK setup, what we need to establish that relationship that the calf bone is parented to the thigh bone and the ankle bone is parented to the calf bone and so on. So by
Мне кажется, ты забываешь, как в Unreal кости работают. Кости — это просто локация меша в мире. Это то же самое, как ты скажешь, взять коробку и начать ее крутить. Только Unreal соединяет, у него так это в логике работает. Косточки — это просто список позиций костей. И у какой кости какой parent, у какой кости какой child. И все. Кости сами по себе ничего не делают в Unreal. Они же никак не рендерятся. Ты чё? У тебя меш только. Ты поставишь пустого скелета, ты можешь себе хоть 500, если не ошибаюсь, пустых скелетов поставить, если не 50 тысяч, у тебя ничего не будет. У тебя же ничего не связано с ними. Но, может быть, если ты, конечно, включишь анимацию на все их, я не знаю, как это работает, это надо загуглить. Но в Unreal кости отвечают просто за то, сколько у тебя как позиция, точка в мире. Можешь чат GPT спросить, но я полностью уверен, что если твои кости... Поэтому же делают вот эти модулер персонажей-то. Почему? Ты знаешь, как модулер персонажей-то работает? У тебя есть вот этот один главный скелет большой, и у тебя просто берутся ноги, которые подписаны под этот скелет. Но при этом у тебя верхняя часть тоже работает у этого скелета. Когда ты бежишь, верхняя часть тоже работает, но она невидимая, к ней ничего не присобачено. И потом у тебя есть верхняя часть, которая отдельная, тот же самый скелет, те же самые анимации. У тебя нижняя часть тоже бегает, она невидимая. И соединяются только видимые части, но невидимые все равно тоже бегают. Но ты видишь, что только...
by default, what I could do here is I can just take this left control, the calf control, and drag it onto the thigh control. That will now create a parent-child relationship. Now, wherever I move, if we compile this, wherever I move, my thigh control, my calf control is going to go with it. And now I can pose my knee joints. Okay, that's really cool. However, and actually that is that simple. That is a forward kinematic setup. It's very basically just straight ahead rotations based on hierarchy and the parent-child relationship driving our end joint positions. All right, now that's all well
Посмотри
and
вот
good.
этого
However,
чела,
let's make this a little bit
как он объясняет. Он там очень
larger.
много базы
Actually, let's go ahead
говорит.
and increase our size here so y'all can see this a little bit better. Make that a little bit better. Okay, so
Как
now
он
we're going to
поменял
redo this again.
scale
Or
Unreal?
clever. Let's make this a little bit larger. Oh, and actually, let's go ahead and increase our size here so y'all can see this a little bit.
Как он это
Make that a little
сделал
bit better.
сейчас?
Okay, so now we're going to redo this again, but we're going to do it faster.
Ну, Ты сам
and we're going to
подумай
basically
об
iterate on
этом,
that a couple
посмотри
times.
как.
So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete these two controls.
У
Both
тебя,
of them.
наверное,
We're going to
есть
get all kinds of warnings
понятие
that
об
these
этом,
controls don't exist,
я
and
не
you'll
знаю.
notice that my character's leg has melted as a result of
Мне
that.
не
That's
интересно
because
вообще метафизика.
I deleted those while everything was still connected. If I disconnect it, my leg snaps back to normal. Now, a faster way to create those controls and the hierarchy, this was a tip from Hot Sauce. We've gotten so many cool tips from all of our community members in this, but if we just basically click our left and our thigh, calf, and foot all at the same time, sure, let's go ahead and pick the ball because it's that easy. If we right click, we can choose new, add controls for selected. When we do that, it is going to build the entire hierarchy for us. So if we basically open up this drop down, and just a quick tip, if I want to see everything in the hierarchy, if I shift click, it will open it all up. If I shift click again, it'll close it all up. So shift click the little drop downs and they all show up. So you can see here, we have our thigh, calf, foot, ball, etc. all already parented, all already named. So I'm going to take all of these. We will quickly change all of these to blue by setting blue, and then we'll scale them. We're also going to set all of these to circle thins, and we'll scale them up and rotate them 90 degrees. And now all of a sudden we have all of our leg laid out and ready to go. We've created our controls. It's that fast. So if we compile this and we reconnect in, we should be back to having all of our controls movable. So just like that, very quickly, we have our FK set up. However, we are now in a new nightmare world where for each of these controls, we're going to have to get the control name, set the bone name, get the control name, set the bone name. We don't want to do that. Let's just create one forward solve that will work for any and all FK solutions as long as we use proper naming. That's what we're going to do right now. But before we do that, I want to show you another quick tip that we got from another one of our members, which was Ragnar the Blood Edge. I probably mispronounced that name, but another cool tip. What we can do is we can actually change. And so, for example, if we pick all of these controls, we talked about how to edit these in our previous video using these shape transforms. But what you can do is you can enter a mode where you can edit them actually in the viewport. So, for example, right now I'm happy. I scaled them all up together. I'm pretty happy with my hip size, but my knee size, I'd like it to be a little bit smaller. If I press Control plus period, you'll notice it goes into this cyan. Is this magenta? Yeah, it's kind of like a magenta hot pink mode where it basically says it's currently manipulating the shape transform. All right, and now when I make these changes, all of these changes, if you look on the right, you'll see that they are actually adjusting the shape transform, not the actual transform of this control shape, which is cool. And if I pick another one, it does the same thing. So I can adjust these quickly to make them smaller down the chain because I don't want this giant thing on the character's ball. And when I'm done, I can control period again to get out of that. So that was just another quick tip. Again, that's why the community is awesome.
Да, здесь хорошие кастомные
персонажи.
Наверное, ты знаешь сайт, о котором я говорил.
Happy with is the fact that in order to get an FK solve for each of these, we have to go through and create a whole bunch of these nodes. So we're going to get into a little bit of scripting here to help us create a forward solve that will work for all of our joints. So here we go. What we are going to do is we are going to use the fact that all of our controls are named the same, in the sense that we're following the same convention. The name of our thigh control is thigh underbar L underbar control.
Как он называется? Я боюсь нажимать мне там. Не, нормально. Что ты хихикаешь?
Так.
Вон он, Smooth Base. Smooth Base. Шаришь про Smooth Base?
Oh, the name of our thigh bone is thigh underbar L, so it's just without the control. So we're going to get all of our controls using some scripting. So let's get all, and we're going to choose controls. So this is going to create a list of all of our controls for us, and all we're going to do is for each of these, we are going to get the name, and we're going to replace. And we're going to use a string replace. And what we're going to replace is, we're going to replace the underscore control. I always say underbar, don't get confused by that. Underbar control with nothing, with none. And what this does is, this gets us the name of our control. This gets us the name of the joint that it drives because all of our controls are named the name of the joint underbar control, right? And then what we're going to do is we are going to set our bone transform.
Я не знал даже, что такое есть.
From the name.
Я оттуда взял модель Джуна, чтобы из нее уже потом сделать фонарь.
Okay, and what are we going to set it to? We are going to get the transform. We're going to get the transform from the control.
Ну,
and
так
then
я
we're going
потом
to
не
use that transform
использую.
from the control, and we're going to set the transform of our actual joint or bone. With me? Now, when we connect this up, assuming we got it all right, we will have full control over our FK control rig now.
Я
And
только
when we
чуть-чуть
rotate
модельки
each of these
использовал,
items, you'll notice
которые...
that our character has full control over...
Так. Forward solve. Не, вот здесь он крутую тему показывает. Get all controls. Так. Хорошо. Я не буду это трогать. Вместо этого я иду в меши. Pathfinding Template. Нажимаю создать модуль rig. Называю его CR Custom Root. Вообще я даже пишу my, если честно. My root. И здесь я его ставлю в Switch to Rig модуль. Почему-то... потому что мне нужно было его эдитить. Не понял. Модуль rig, потому что надо было. CR my root. Окей, может быть не модулер. Switch to rig mode. Nice. Forward solve. Get all controls for each Что ты там жалуешься?
Я ничего не нашел.
Элемент. Get transform bone.
Ой.
Мы получаем потом replace. И здесь мы делаем replace control. И мы set a bone transform сюда. Here result name.
Our foot and everything that we want, so we can pose it out. If we compile, it snaps back to 0. Now the great thing about this is, now if I add new controls to this character, they will all just work. So let's do that. Let's take and let's add in spine controls, for example. Let's take our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spine controls. I'm going to right click and I'm going to create a new, I'm going to add controls for selected, because remember I want to keep that hierarchy. And while we're doing this, I'm going to disconnect my forward solve, just so that it's disconnected. I'm going to take all of my spine controls. I'm going to change the color to yellow, because remember we like that center. And we are going to change this to circle thin. And then we're going to rotate the shape by 90 degrees. And then let's scale them up so we can see them. You can see them starting to come through here in our viewport, which is great. And then because we have the ability to do that, I could tweak these so that they're a little bit, so they're just a little bit easier to set up. I'm just going to press the control period, and we'll kind of scale them a little bit so that it's a little bit more apparent that these follow the body a little bit. And I think I accidentally unclicked the dot. So make sure you have that hot pink set up here, otherwise it will mess with your transforms. Okay, so very quickly we have laid out our spine. I do want to double check that I didn't accidentally put something into the transform when I was moving some of those. It looks okay. So let's switch out of our shape editing mode, compile, and when we connect this up, we've literally just added all of our spine controls. Our leg controls are still here, and now when I select them, they will work. I can now rotate. Actually, I need to pick them all. Let's see here. Here we go. So very quickly, we're able to add all of the controls for our character. Now, we're doing this because, first off, this is FK. It's forward kinematics. So our resulting position of our hands is a result of spine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way down the chain. Now, how drastic could we be in this? How quickly could we set up our entire character now that we've leveraged the fact that we can quickly create these controls and the naming convention as a result of it to set up our entire character for FK? Let's give it a shot. Let's see how long it takes. So somebody start a timer. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take what we've just learned. We're going to take all of these joints. I'm going to right click and I'm going to choose new, add controls for selection. Now what that's going to do is that is going to create my default control hierarchy with everything I need in it. So let's take our twist controls out. We don't need those in any case. And actually the right side I'm not even going to worry about right now because that is going to create a... There's two things we could do. We could mirror or we could just use what we have created. So for now, let's just do that. So here we go. We're taking out all the twist controls. I'm not worried about being able to control those. So our pelvis, spine controls, necks, and heads, we want those to be yellow. And we're going to make those circle fins. And we are going to rotate those 90 degrees. And we're going to lock our scale. And we're going to scale them up so we can see them. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to reduce these a little bit for our necks and heads. And in the case of the head, what I'm going to do is control period, move that up so it's a little bit higher, control period out of that, pretty good there. Let's take a look at our clavicles all the way down. We're going to take all these on the left side. These are going to be blue. Make those blue. We're going to make these circle fins. We're going to rotate those 90 degrees. So everything's in place. Now I'm going to make a quick adjustment for the hands and the arms. Scale them up a little bit so I can see them. I'll go ahead and control period. Scale down the hand a little bit. Same thing over here. Okay, now let's take a look at the hand, the left hand. If we want to make these indices and metacarpals a little bit easier to understand, what I'd like to do is I'd like to make it clear which direction they're set up for. So I'm going to keep my scale unlocked. I'm just going to make them thinner on one axis. And then I'm going to lock my scale and scale everything together. So now they're a little bit more representative of actual fingers, for example. Now, we finished the left side. That looks pretty good, at least as far as the arms go. The thighs and legs, same thing. Let's go. Blue. Cool. Circle fin. Great. Same thing, 90 degrees on our rotations. Scale them up. Looks good. We can do the same thing for the right side. Now, actually, let's not do the right side. I want to show you some troubles that are going to happen when we go to do some mirroring. So for now, let's just delete the right side. Okay. Shift selecting all of these and deleting them so I don't even have a right side. And we have one red control, which is our root control, which we are going to change to be a hex thin. I'll make it yellow. And we're going to go 90, actually we don't need to go 90 degrees for this one. Let's scale it up though. Let's go 5, 10. That's good. Okay, so very quickly, we have laid out all the controls for our character. Probably add on another 30 seconds to a minute to redo the left side, the right side manually. Because we have basically properly using the naming convention, we are setting our FK controls. This character is now fully posable. And we can take this and we can copy and paste this code to any character. It doesn't matter if the joints are the same name or not. Because we are using joint name underbar control as our convention, this exact script, this exact visual blueprint will work for any character. So we can simply pick a joint, create a control for it, and this will work. We will basically get an FK control for free that just works. Now that we have set up our FK controls, imagine we had gone through the manual process of doing that on the right side. The problem is there really isn't, and feel free to chime in if you believe otherwise, but there is not a mirror shape only option. There is a mirror controls option, but not a mirror shape only. The reason that might be important is if you've meticulously placed all of your control shapes on the left side, especially for like your fingers, you may not want to have to go through and copy all those to the right side. So you're thinking, oh, let's just mirror it. However, that's going to be fun. So if we right click and we choose mirror, okay, and we take our mirror axis and our axis to flip to be, let's try none. We basically give it our search string, which is our underbar L, underbar right, R. So we're going to replace the underbar L with the underbar R. When we click OK, it will mirror to the other side. That is ugly. So none is not the way to go. None of these that I have tried will get you exactly what you need. So let's go X this time. Right click, mirror. This time we're going to go X. Same thing, underbar L. Epic, if you're listening, it'd be great if it remembered these settings. Click OK. All right, that's a little better. We do have a bit of a problem with our fingers, our shoulders, etc. The reason this is happening is because the transform offsets for the left side versus the right side are not the same. So what we need to do is we either need to recreate all the right side controls, or we can use the construction script to set the default position of our controls to be the default position for the initial position of our joints that are part of our character rig. So what we did here to set each bone to the position of the control, we're just going to do the opposite, but in the construction script. So let's make one quick change. Let's take our entire right side and make it red. Click on OK. And it looks like somehow I deleted my legs. But that's okay. For the purposes of the demo, that's okay. So right now you can see we have our shoulders flipped. So here's what we're going to do. We need a construction script. So let's do construction. Here's our construction event. And remember what we said. The way this works is the construction runs first. It gets everything set up and ready to go before you actually start the solving. So this is an opportunity for us to create all of the default positions or any default values that we want as part of our eventual control rigs. So what we're going to do is we are going to do the exact same thing. We are going to get all of our controls, and for each one, so I'm just copying and pasting here. For each one, we're going to do the same name part substitute. We're going to get the control. I'm going to replace. Actually, let's just copy paste. This will be faster. We're going to replace the underbar control. And this time, we are going to do a check. We're going to add one little check in here. Because what I want to know is I want to make sure the item exists. Because what if we... Actually, it has to exist. Oh, no. We're going to do item exists. Because we want to make sure there's a bone. It might be possible to create a control that is improperly named, for example. So does this item exist? That's our question. And if it does, we're going to branch. I held B and left click to get that to pop up. So if our item exists, then what we are going to do is we are going to set the transform of the control. So to do that,
Что ты там
what we can do,
отправил?
for example, is just take this and drag it in here, set control, but we are going to override the item. It's not going to be the
Сообщение
root. It is
какое-то.
going to be the item here. Let me zoom out a little bit and make this smaller so you all can see this. Okay, so remember, this is our
Удаленное.
control. Let's take this, add a reroute node so we can get to it. This is the name of our control. And we're going to connect this into the name of our control. Okay, so if this exists, we are going to be setting the transform. Let me make some room here. Now, we also need to get the transform of our joint. So we can take our transform, okay,
Пока.
and we're going to get the transform of the joint, of the bone, and we're going to set the transform of the control to the
Ну,
bone.
он у меня даже на стриме
And
видно
when we
слева.
compile, you'll notice that my right
Ты
shoulder does
написал-
not fix itself. We need to check.
А,
I
ты, наверное,
believe all we need to
ты
do is check this
удалил,
initial.
я с
Oh,
него
we also
начинал?
need to get the initial from this one as well. Okay, let's double check and make sure we have everything set up.
Почистил. Че ты там
Oh, we need to set the
чистишь?
type. Bone. My fault.
Че ты там
Here we go.
чистишь? Я тебя
True, should be
спалю.
able to connect this in there. Compile.
Спален,
Okay.
спален уже
So
все.
that should set our initial. Now you'll notice that when we do that, so what's happening here is we're getting all of our controls, and then if the control exists, we're getting the initial position of the bone, and we're setting up the transform initial or offset position for the control. And what that does is that gets it so that our rig is all set up and pretty to start with. So our right side looks correct from the start and is going to be pretty for us to animate. Then once this setup finishes, this construction event finishes, what ends up happening is now when we're posing our character, we're using the forward solve, and the forward solve means that we can move our right side, our left side, we can do whatever we need to kind of rotate our character's controls into place. We can basically pose out our character. And that wraps up a whirlwind tour of how to quickly set
Слушай,
up.
прикольно. Мне нравится, что там просто он две кнопочки нажал на самом деле. Так. Не, ну давай. Я думаю, надо просто кастом риг сделать. Не надо вот это все модулярную. Пошла она в жопу. Я не знаю, насколько это удобно. Какая разница, типа, ну, модулярный это... КЗ. Я пока обычный сделаю. Потом уже посмотрим. Раз уж он тут показал, что это так легко делать, все, я уж... Привет, Сабиби.
Привет.
Привет.
Покажи. Это что такое?
Что?
Я так не звучу.
Привет.
Я так не звучу. Покажи Фашиби и Сабиби. Что я ChatGPT сделал?
Да не, мне кажется, вручную тыкать круче. Привет.
Я так не говорю.
А я здесь.
Ты из меня делаешь какую-то...
Кого я из тебя делаю? Ты
Ты говоришь и том, то я теперь вот это.
Ты так всегда звучишь.
Я так не звучу. Покажи Фашиби и Сабиби, который ChatGPT сделал.
Зачем это показывать?
Просто такой небольшой entertainment.
А куда ты это скинула? А, по шибе
В Telegram.
По шибе Сабиби.
И потом ниже там смешнее.
Зачем я это показываю?
А слушаться надо, потому что правильно делаешь.
Я пришла.
Отстань, хватит.
Я не
Я так
говорю.
не звучу, я так не звучу.
Я не говорю, считаю. Я так не звучу.
Всё.
Так, get all. Rotators. Или что там было? Controls. For each. Element name replace. Control with none. О, тут так нельзя делать. Так прикольно было кнопочку R ставить. Item exists. Branch. Я пришла.
Отстань! Не надо! Хватит!
Что не так?
Я так не звучу.
В смысле ты так не звучишь?
В прямом.
Мама пикми.
И мама пикми. А так звучит мама пикми, я так не звучу.
Ты мама пикми?
Я не мама пикми.
Я не мама пикми. Я не мама пикми. Я не мама пикми. Не надо мне здесь так это. Не надо мне здесь. Уважай старших. Да нормально звучишь так. Тебе идет. Как там у него странно называлось? Нет, просто. Get transform. Вообще там bone было. Bone global space value.
Вау. Вау.
Потом. Это был construct event. Почему тебе не нравится, когда я так говорю?
Хватит.
Мне кажется, похоже.
Не похоже.
Но ты когда пришла, ты так говорила.
Так я не говорила.
У меня здесь на стриме все.
Я не говорила так.
Я так не говорила. Хватит, пожалуйста. Пожалуйста. Просто get transform. Nice.
this exists, we are going to be setting the transform. Let me make some room here. Now, we all
Так, шоу. Так, где мои кости? Потому что у меня нет костей, это не тот. Фак! Фак! Фак!
Чё?
Сейчас должно работать все. Нет. Я по ошибе. Что я отсюда должен брать? О, все нормально. Так. Скопируем вот это. Ставим. Ставим. CR SKM Player 1 FK Show Character Mesh Compile Save. Сейчас приду. Говоришь, что? Никто не откликнулся, странно. Должен был быть.
Говорящий дом.
Плагин? Активация плагина, говорящий том. О, заработал. Заработал, котик. Доброе утро, котик.
Девочка.
Доброе утро, котик.
Надо по-другому как-то говорить.
Так, как он добавлял косточки? А он выбирал их всех?
Ой. Не зевай.
Ты не зевай.
Из-за тебя начинаю зевать.
Я из-за тебя начинаю зевать.
Ты первый начал зевать.
Начала первая.
Ты первый.
Нет, ты первая.
Да отстань, хватит. Что такое? Это буллинг. Паша,
Я не
это
понимаю, о
буллинг.
чем ты.
Это буллинг.
Какой это буллинг, если ты смеешься?
Это буллинг. Это моя защитная реакция.
Ты же смеешься.
Моя защитная реакция.
Защитная реакция, говоришь?
Да.
Так, идем дальше. Inverse Kinematics tutorial. Basic IK.
Alright everybody, welcome back to another Ask a Dev Unreal Engine tutorial. My name is Kevin, and today we're going to be continuing our control rig series, and we're going to be talking about inverse
Он
kinematics.
написал свое имя. Кевин Фриман. Погнали. Он и вправду
Он настоящий.
настоящий. Он характер-аниматор, между прочим. Он работает с 2015 по сейчас в Riot Games. Но ему на вид лет 50.
Может, он поменял направление.
Так он работает там до сих пор, в смысле поменял направление.
Ну, типа, он с какого года? 15-го?
Да.
Ну, он в 15-м году поменял, типа,
Он
направление.
начал,
на другое.
он уже с 2000-го работал.
Я не знаю.
В смысле поменял направление аниматора, какая разница?
Ну, я думаю, типа, в этом. Только с 2015-го аниматор.
Контакты, инфо. Где его LinkedIn? О, Кевин Фриман. Я думаю, ему 50. Может быть, ему вряд ли 40. У него 20 лет опыта. Но на данный момент 25. Ему должно быть, 45 тогда ему, наверное. Минимум. Он закончил университет, когда я родился.
Начал работать, когда я родилась, да?
Мгм. Так где время? Не, можно так посчитать. Он закончил тогда. Он был Eagle Скаутом в 1988. Ну да, ему ровно 45 сейчас где-то.
Kinematics. So all of our series, all of our videos, they generally come by community request. We have a great community. If you're not part of it, feel free to hop in. We have Discord, Patreon links. Don't forget that. So without any further ado, let's just hop straight into inverse kinematics and what we're going to be talking about today. So we've already talked about control rigs, setting up our controls, our shapes. We've talked about forward kinematics, and we briefly mentioned the inverse kinematics and what it was. So let's recap that very quickly. We're going to open up our Manny character. Basically, inverse kinematics is the mathematical way of solving the resulting angles of all of the joints in a chain based on the end position. Now, if you remember, the way we talked about the inverse kinematics is a lot of times we want inverse kinematics for anything that has a point of contact. So as an easy example, best visualized by example, this is what we're going to be building today. And as you can see in here, generally speaking, what we want is if we move our pelvis, our legs will stay in place and our knees will bend. Or if we move our feet, the knee position will bend to accommodate wherever we move this end position to. Now, a lot of times the end effector is actually called the effector, or the IK effector, and basically it's because it is affecting the entire IK solution and calculating how much bend should be in the knee in order for the leg to hit this pose, as an example. So forward calculates the angles based on the settings of each of the joints down the chain. Inverse calculates back up the chain in the inverse direction based on where the end point is. So this is what we're setting up today. Let's get started. So first thing we need is we need to create a control rig. We're going to start from scratch for now. These are fairly straightforward. So the way we do that is we take our Manny Simple, we right click on it, we choose create, and we're going to create a control rig. And we are going to call this the Manny, or control rig, Manny Simple IK. Okay, when we open this up, we are going to need a couple of controls to work with. So here's what we want.
Погнали, делаем IK теперь.
Давай. Это мошка теперь по столу катается. Что там подглядываешь? Что подглядываешь? Как я ногу рисую?
Да, ноги.
На каком я этапе?
На самом хорошем. Я не знаю.
Want to do using our rig hierarchy, let's create a center of gravity control so that we can test out our control rig, and then we're also going to need a foot control for each of our IK solutions. So let's just go ahead and create those. I am going to, you know what, we'll just create these freehand. So let's just go new control. I'm going to call this the layout control because I like to have a layout control. I'm going to duplicate that. I'm going to call this the cog control for center of gravity. If you're new to this, that's going to be like a lot of times on some rigs it's called the body control, whatever. And then as I mentioned, we're going to need a left foot, and we'll go ahead and make a right foot too. Left foot and a right foot. Now, let's go ahead and colorize these a little bit and make them useful. So our layout control, as well.
Так, погнали.
Before, I'm going to make this a large hexagon thick, and we'll make it yellow because, as I mentioned, I like to make all my center controls yellow. Same thing for the cog. We could have probably done both of these at the same time. And then for our feet, what we're going to do is we're going to make the left foot a cube. I like using a cube or something that is not a circle. There's two reasons for that. One is when I rotate a cube or a diamond or something like that, I can see it rotating. Whereas if I use a sphere, it's very difficult to tell a diamond is not a feet. We could have probably done both of these. As I mentioned, I'm going to make this a large hexagon.
Вот где он их делает? Shape Properties.
Hexagon thick, and we'll make it yellow because, as I mentioned, I like to make all my center controls yellow. Same thing for the cog. We could have probably done both of these at the same time. And then for our feet, what we're going to do is we're going to make the left foot a cube. I like using a cube or something that is not a circle. There's two reasons for that. One is is when I rotate a cube or a diamond or something like that, I can see it rotating. Whereas if I use a sphere, it's very difficult to tell as an animator how much I'm moving it. That's one reason. Second reason is for things that I rotate, I like to use circles and spheres. And for things that I translate in world space, I generally use some other shape, whether it be a pyramid or a diamond or something like that. It's just the way I was brainwashed when I was learning how to rig characters. That's what it is. I like it as a paradigm, so I'm sticking with it and just kind of explaining a little bit about why I do that. Same thing for the right foot. Let's go box thick. And the left foot is going to be blue, and the right foot is going to be red. Right is red. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to set some of these default positions. Let's go ahead and do some quick scale here. Block this out. This is going to be our layout control. And
У меня что, такой большой персонаж, что я делаю себе 50?
then let's change this to lock this to 8. We'll keep our foot sizes the same. All right. So as we did in the forward kinematics video, we do need to do a little bit of construction. We want all these controls.
Ой.
Знаешь Звездные войны?
Угу.
Там есть Чубака,
Угу.
а ты Зевака.
Roles to go into place. I am going to go ahead and set these in construction script. This is a little bit different than what we did last time,
Кринжуля.
where we
Кто?
Кринжуля.
built controls in place and set their offsets. So
Cringeaka.
just, again, the goal of these videos is to teach you all of the different inner workings of how control rig works. You can pick and choose the pieces that apply to you as you go. So let's go ahead and create our construction script. And our construction event, the layout control we're not going to move. The cog control though, we are going to set the control,
Да.
and I'm going to get the position of the pelvis. So let's just go ahead and get this bone, and I'm going to feed this into our cog's initial position. And when I compile this, we should have, I'm going to set this to initial. All right. And then what we should, now you'll notice that
Конечно, потому что это Певлис.
my cog is now in position. I do want to check how it's aligned in world space. So right now this is actually X up. So I don't think I want to do that. I think I want this to be world aligned. So let's undo that. And let's just take the translation only. Okay? That way it's aligned to the world, just like our layout control, for example.
Что-то я ничего не понял.
Ой.
All right, so that is initial, and when I compile this, and I'm going to feed this into our cog's initial position, and when I compile this, we should have, I'm going to set this to initial.
Я что-то не очень понимаю.
All right. You can pick and choose the pieces that apply to you as you. The goal of these is a little bit different than we need to do a little bit last time. Different inner working control, and I'm going to get the position of the pelvis. So let's just go ahead and get this bone, and I'm going to feed this into our cog.
Можно так даже делать.
initial position. And when I compile this,
Где он выбирает, что
and I'm
это?
going to feed this into of the control. We're not going to move the cog control though. We are going to set the control, and I'm going to get the position of the power.
А, это так делается. Вау. Так, но у меня все нормально.
So let's just go ahead and get this bone, and I'm going to feed this into our cog's initial position. And when I compile this,
Jesus Christ.
Сейчас
should
скажешь,
have-
помоги.
I'm going to set this to initial.
Подожди. Так, ребят, извините, я не смотрел никакие ваши сообщения. Продолжать доеделывать или пойти спать и доделывать с утреца. Вот, Сабин, доделывать с утра.
Сейчас я...
Да. Не слушай ее, кабля. Вставай утром, делай утром. Это очень
Я
важно.
обычно утром ничего не делаю.
Видишь, она даже говорит, что и завтра нечего делать, поэтому она лучше...
Я утром ничего не делаю. Я говорю. Типа я все время такая, ой, завтра пораньше встану, сделаю. Потом я встаю и по итогу
Потому
ничего
что
не делаю.
нету. Как это называется?
Чего? Концентрации?
Другое слово.
Дисциплины?
Дисциплины. Утром нужно
не знаю.
вставать и делать. Я помню, я вставал утром и сразу же начинал стримить.
Ну, что ты, пока покушать приготовишь, пока поешь. Потом уже время, и надо в универ ехать. Потом еще пока накрасишься. Пока укладку сделать. Ну, короче,
Смотри, она выдумывает здесь просто.
лучше перед сном делать, я считаю. Сразу быстренько доделать и все.
Кринж.
Завтра и с утра спокойно ходить. Но если типа нет никаких планов на завтра, тогда лучше с утра.
Не позорься перед моими
А
двумя
если есть
единственными...
планы?
Не позорься перед 100% моих зрителей сейчас.
Перед кем?
Перед
На декабре
Алексеем
или хей?
и на Лекабле.
Ну, я серьезно говорю, типа.
All right. And then what we should
Если
now
есть
you'll notice
какие-то
that my
планы, что
cog
куда-то
is now positioned.
поехать,
I do
тогда
want to
лучше
check
сейчас доделать.
how it's
С
aligning
утра
in both
есть.
space. So right now this is
А
actually
если
X
нет,
up.
тогда да, с
So I
утра.
don't think I want
Какая
to.
разница, если и так одновременно тратится столько же времени?
Ты можешь побольше не рассчитай, сколько времени ты потратишь.
Если ты не
Лучше
можешь
чуть
рассчитать
попозже
время,
посидеть.
это твоя проблема.
Ну, поэтому я и говорю.
Ты
На всякий
сколько,
случай.
ты сколько раз уже это делал утром?
Много.
И сколько у тебя это времени примерно занимает?
Больше, чем я рассчитывала. Чаще
To do
всего.
that.
Но я
That's what I
серьезно,
want,
я
this to be
быстрее,
worldwide.
типа,
So let's
намного
undo that.
быстрее
Всё,
рисую
всё,
под
And let's
всё,
just
сном,
take the
чем с
translation.
утра.
Okay, that way
Я
it's aligned
смотрю
to the
туториал.
world, just like our layout control, for example. All right, so that is a
Я
good
его
initial position.
заканчиваю и пойду
Now, when I
спать.
pick my cog control, I do want to check to make sure I don't have any rotation or anything on any of these initials or currents, etc. Great. So now let's just do the same thing for our other controls. So let's line up our left foot. So we're going to set the control, and I'm going to get my left foot position. Let's see here. Here's our foot. Let's get the bone.
Блин, как он это все делает круто.
And I am going to align this perfectly to that. I'll show you why in a bit. So we'll set our initial on that. So our left foot is now in place. You can see these are popping into place as we go. So now the blue is aligned to the left ankle, and we need to do the right ankle. So we can just copy paste this and change these to right. So the item on this case is going to be the right. And the item on this one is going to be...
Я все не так сделал. А учусь еще. Опа, работает. Хи-хи-хи-хи. Хи-хи-хи-хи.
The flipped bar. Okay, so we have all of our controls in place, and we are ready to create our IK solver. Now, the actual IK solver part of this demo is very straightforward. It doesn't get tricky until we get into pole vectors, and I'll explain what those are in a second. So let's talk a little bit about the solver. We have all of our controls in position where we want them. What we need to do is we need to create what is often referred to in most softwares as an IK setup or IK solver. So somebody wrote a whole series of tools or code that basically will do all of the math to figure out what the angle of the knee needs to be, and in Maya and in Blender and in Unreal, those are called the IK solvers. And in the case of Unreal, what we are going to use is we are going to use a basic IK setup. Okay, so two things we need to do. Let's go ahead and set the position of our pelvis first based on our cog controls so we can move our character. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to see the knees bending unless we're using just the feet. So to do that, let's take the control, let's get the control. And actually, I do want to parent these. I missed. I'm going to drag the cog under the layout. And then I'm also going to drag both of my feet under the layout just so they're there. Okay, cool. So now we have some hierarchy set up. That's great. I'm going to save this just in case. Crashes are always a thing. I've noticed, especially when working with control rig, it's worthwhile to go ahead and save often. So let's set the bone here. This first bone that we're going to be setting is going to be our pelvis. And we're going to be setting it based off of the transform of our control. Now, we have a little bit of a problem. And that is because we did not rotate this into place. So remember, we didn't take the initial rotation. So
Но у меня все нормально.
for the purposes of this, we're just going to take the entire transform, not just the in the initial setup in the position. There's another way to fix this, and this gets into projecting in parents and setting up relative stuff. We'll do that in another tutorial, but for now, let's just get the initial bone position for the pelvis, feed that into the initial position for our cog control, and then on our cog control, we can just rotate this 90 degrees so it looks like it's in the right
А у меня все работает.
space, right? Because once again, the focus of this is the inverse kinematics. All right, so here we go. We have our cog control. This is all in place, and now if we pick our cog control and we move it, our whole character moves. That's great. Now,
Да, и вправду двигается.
interestingly enough, our feet don't move. That is okay, because generally we're going to want our feet to stay planted and our feet don't move. Roll and we move it, our whole character moves. That's great. Now, interestingly enough, our feet don't move. That is okay, because generally we're going to want our feet to stay planted anyways when we move our cog control. So now let's get into the IK, basic IK. So here's all we're going to do. We're going to drag off here and we're going to choose a basic IK. Now, let's talk about a bunch of these settings. So generally speaking, the way most of these IK solvers work are you need to give it the upper bone, the middle bone, and the end bone or joint, and then you give it a couple other features that we're going to talk about here in a second. So the first thing first, we've got a bone. Let's go with our thigh, which is, we're going to do the left side first. So we're going to do the left thigh, we're going to do the left calf, and we're going to do the left foot. Okay, the minute we do that, you'll notice that our leg...
Погоди, погоди.
is already doing something. It looks a little bit weird, but it's already doing something. And that's because we need to give it a couple of little bits of information. Because the solver needs to know which way is forward and which way the bones are facing and all those kinds of things. So in the case of this left leg, what we need to do is our primary axis is going to be, I'm going to use a -1 for x, and then for the secondary axis, I'm going to keep that at the 0, 1. And then, let's see here. Axis is our primary axis is going to be facing and all those kinds of things. So in the case of this left leg, what we need to do is our primary axis is going to be, I'm going to use a -1 for x, and then for the secondary axis, I'm going to keep that at the 0, 1. And then, let's see here. Yeah, so we're going to leave all of that. Now, so now our leg actually has a solver in it. Our ankle's broken a little bit. We'll talk about that in a second. But if we move this, you'll notice that my leg is now counter animating. Now there's a couple of weird...
Ой, вправду работает.
weird things about it. Why is this happening? So what's happening is our end effector, this piece here, is not currently rotated in the same space as our foot control. So what we're going to do is we are going to get our foot control, and we are going to try, let's just get that control, and we're going to feed this in to our effector. All right, the minute we do that, now it knows which way or where this end effector is going and how it's supposed to be positioned and rotated. So this already looks a little bit better, but we still have a problem with our knee. So what is going on with our knee? Basically, when you calculate inverse kinematics and you're trying to figure out which way the knee bends, you have to have some way to help the solver understand which way is forwards. And usually that is done with an extra node or a vector or something that basically tells the solver which way is forward. So in this particular case, and usually that is called the pole vector. It's the director, it is, I think it references the pole in the math, like as in the polar poles, but I think of it as which way it's pulling the knee. And in this case, right now you can see it's actually set to pull the knee in 0, 1. So let's see if we just set this to 0, 1, 0, if we can get a better look on our knee. Nope, still not there. Pole vector kind is a direction. Let's try 1, 0. Okay, you can see it move slightly, but not, it didn't do a whole lot. Let's try 50. There we go. All right, so we need bigger numbers. It's actually using a full-on direction. So if I use a number like 50, you can see now my knee is a little bit straighter. Okay, and now when we bend our knee by either moving our body down, okay, or
Что-то я пока не очень понимаю, почему она уменьшается-то. О. Опа, я сделал окей.
Сейчас мы быстренько запишем на это.
Ой.
Пока так сделаем. Это я пока не очень понимаю. Почему одна X, вторая Y? Но неважно.
Прикол.
Здесь она почему-то лагает. Так.
Вот и сидим весело, наверное.
Гордишься мной, Наликабле?
By moving our foot up, you'll see that our knee is bending a little bit more forward. However, it's not perfect. But bottom line is, this is it. This is how you make an IK, basic IK setup. You give it the 3 joints and an end effector, and then it will automatically calculate what those angles should be. The trick, and this is, so the setup of the IK is easy. The tricky part is the setup of the pole vector. So let's talk a little bit about how to get this pole vector perfectly aligned and some things you need to understand about your rig to clearly understand how this works. So,
Ну,
let's
я
talk a little
думаю,
bit.
нам нужно получить контрол
about joint orients and etc. So here's a version of Manny that I pulled into Maya. And if we take a look at this, I'm actually going to hide the geo. So if we just turn off our geometry. All right, from here, you can see we have our upper leg
Я не понимаю, почему у него такие странные косточки.
and our lower leg. Now, most IK solvers, as I mentioned, they take an upper leg, a lower leg, and a foot. And then what they do is they calculate the rotations based on the plane that is defined by these three points. What does that even mean? So let me show you what I'm talking about. And let's hide this geo. All right, so if I create a plane, and it is basically just a, let's go flat shading so you can see it better. Basically, there is a plane that is defined by these three joints. It is created by, if we were to take 3 points and place them, you can see we've created this geometric shape that looks like a plane. If I make it bigger, you can see it. Now, what's important about this is that this is generally the most stable direction, at least for all the IK solvers I've ever worked with. So what's important about this is you want each of these joints, the upper leg, the lower leg, and the foot, to be aligned to the plane. And that is why when you pick these joints, and actually I've actually messed up the rotate or the orientation actually rotated. When you pick these joints, when we pick any of these and we turn on the axes, and we go, what you want is you want these to be in line with this plane, generally speaking. All right, and a lot of effort is put into making sure that that is the case. Now, when we do that, what that does is that gives us the most stable solve for our IK knees and the locations of where they're going to end up. So using that knowledge, using the knowledge that we want our joints to be oriented to be in the same direction of the plane of the IK solver or the plane that is defined by the points in the leg, we are going to use that to decide where our pole vector should be positioned for our setup. Whew. So let's go back and talk about two different ways to align our pole vector perfectly, because look what happens if we don't. Right now, we're just picking an arbitrary point. If I disconnect my forward solve, I want you to watch what happens to this knee. See how it pops? We don't want that. We don't want that, because what that means is every animation potentially that's created with this setup, if it's incorrect, is going to have a slight offset in the knee. So the idle, etc., when we start doing additive animations and all those things, it could get, it's bad. Let's just go with it's bad. All right, so how do we get the knee aligned perfectly? All right, so method 1, we are going to use the knowledge that the joint is rotated correctly to point in the vector of the plane defined by the 3 joints. All right, what does that even mean? Here's what we're going to do. We are going to create, for the left calf, I'm going to add a null. Okay, and I'm going to call this
Я не знаю, почему у меня так работает, ну ладно. Я не знаю, почему мне надо... я знаю, почему мне надо пельвис иметь. Потому что у меня ноги к пелвису законнекчены. Что, в принципе, норм, потому что у меня нету... Хотя...
left knee PV.
Надо будет переделать скелет потом.
Now, when we look at this, we can't actually see it right now because visualizing nulls can be tough so far. And when we look at this, we can't actually see it right now. PV reference. Now, when we look at this, we can't actually... Knee PV reference. when we look at this, we can't actually see it right now because visualizing nulls can be tough so far. But what we can do is if we move this, you can see, let me zoom in a little bit here. And let's just go ahead and do
А у меня видно, у меня такая маленькая точечка торчит. Вот она.
this too. Let's go 1.1 on this. Make our fonts a little bit bigger for you guys. All right, so if we move this, you'll notice that there's a joint that's moving at the knee. Okay, remember, our knee is aligned properly to the plane, so we just want to move this in the y-axis. All right, you'll notice.
А мне куда нужно? А мне x-axis. Все нормально. Так.
Notice that as I move this out in the y-axis, this sticks straight out the front of the knee. And it does so in the plane that should be defined by, assuming that these joints are oriented properly, this should be done in the plane of what we're looking for. And I want to make sure that this is in fact local. Yep. Okay, cool. So here's what we're going to try to do. If we actually undo this, let me disconnect that temporarily real quick so you can see. Okay, cool. So this should be done in the plane of what we're looking for. And I want to make sure that this is in fact local. Yep. Okay, cool. So here's what we're going to try to do. If we actually undo this, let me disconnect that temporarily real quick so you can see. Our twist was already messing us up a little bit. Let's pick this. Oh, and I need to do that. And also make sure we do this in initial. So I'm going to do this in the initial. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this in current, and I'm going to use this as a reference. Let's just move it. Let's say 50 out in front. Because I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to, at the beginning, I am going to force that knee to be correct. So let's just take this knee pull vector ref, and I'm going to set the null, and I'm going to set it to be local space because we're using the fact that our joint is reference. We're going to use initial, and the value I'm going to use is going to be 0, 50, 0. So that positions that pull vector right where it needs to be. That our joint is reference. We're going to use initial, and the value I'm going to use is going to be 0, 50, 0. So that positions that pull vector right where it needs to be.
Как же хочется погеймдевить.
Here's my demo. Number 45. 45.
Не слушайте ее.
Ты что так зачем? 45.
Ну, так если я пишу 200...
Okay, so now that we have that, we know exactly where to put our pull vector for our IK setup because we have this knee pull vector reference. So if we go back down and we reconnect this, let's see if we can't fix this. All right, so first off, we reconnected it. Our pull vector is messed up because it is actually using just a random number that we chose. If we wanted to, what we could do is we could take this pull vector, if we get this null, and we feed this into our pull vector, you'll notice that now my knee is pointing in the right direction. Okay? So if we, what I want is when I disconnect this solver, the knee does not move. That's what I want. When I reconnect it, the knee does not move. That way, I know that no rotations are being put on this joint as a result of the math in the solver because I've set it up properly. So we basically aligned the plane for the solver using the knowledge that the rotations of the joints are correct and basically placing a little bit of a reference node using a null to figure out where our knees should be. All right, so that's method one. We can use a reference node or null.
А все равно как-то лагает у меня здесь. Ну, в принципе, норм.
Or the knowledge of these joints. Now, let's talk about method two. Now, also, what we want to do actually is we do want to give our animators the ability to control these. So here's what we're going to do. Let's create a pole vector control. And what I'm going to do initially is, actually, let's just add a control. We're going to add this under the left foot. I'm going to create a new control. I'm going to call this the left foot PV. Oh, and I actually meant to put control after all of these, by the way. The foot, this should be the control. Control, for example. Okay, let's make sure this is blue, and I'm going to turn this into a diamond. No, not a diamond. Pyramid. Let's do pyramid. Pyramid thick. And for some reason, it is still red. We want it to be blue. Okay, great. Now, I also want to position this to be at this same position as we got for our local space. So what we can do is, now that that's set, we can set this, let's set this position. We'll set the control. Let's set our control position to be, whoa, didn't like that, did it? We're going to go with initial, and we're going to get
Как он их вставляет?
let's get these, we could do it.
А,
Set our
мануально переставляется.
control position to be, whoa, didn't like that, did it? We're going to go with initial, and we're going to get the, let's get these, we could do it a couple different ways, but we could just get this. Let's get the null. And we'll feed that into here. Okay, cool. So now we have a position in space, and I'm going to rotate this control 90 degrees. I believe we're going to go 90 and let's try Z. Let's do negative. $90, even better. Okay, so now it's kind of facing the right way. I'm happy with that. That looks good. All right. So now, rather than connecting our pole vector to the original null we set up, we're going to connect our pole vector to this control. So let's get the control instead, and I'm going to show you how this works now. So if we get this translation pole vector, okay. So So now what happens is wherever we move this control, you'll notice that it affects which way the knee is aiming. And this is cool. Wherever we move this is, if we, you'll notice that it affects which way the knee goes to kneel down for. But I want the knee, who knows what it is, Mabu is.
Но у меня почему-то она не крутится вокруг.
That's good. Vector to this. All right. So now rather than even better. Okay, so now it's kind of facing the right way. I'm happy with that. That looks good. All right. So now rather than connecting our pole vector to the original null we set up, we're going to connect our pole vector to this control. So let's get the control instead, and I'm going to show you how this works now. So if we get this translation pole vector. Okay, so now what happens is wherever we move this control, you'll notice that it affects which way the knee is aiming. And this is cool because what happens is if we bend our character, if our character goes to kneel down, for example, or for example, they want to
Не понял. У меня IQ перестал работать, потому что я что... А у меня есть предположение.
Мы?
Погоди. Почему перестало это работать?
connect our pole vector to
У меня перестал IQ работать.
Кто?
А здесь работает. У меня кок. Кок перестал двигать.
М.
О. О май гад! Почему она лагает-то? Ох. Блин, я такой аниматор.
To this control. So let's get the control instead, and I'm going to show you how this works now. So if we get control, we bend, move a little bit more inward because it's crab walk, or more outward because they're doing Mabu. Who knows what it is? Mabu is horse stance, by the way. Whatever it is they happen to be doing, you have now given the ability for the animator to control these knees. And now another reason that we want to do this is because the solvers are not perfect. There are positions that you can pose a character in where it will confuse the solver. This pole vector helps stabilize that and allows an animator to correct or fix knee positions as well when you get into funky positions. So we have now set up the IK, basic IK setup for the left leg, given the animator control, etc., using our node, our reference null as a positional calculation for the pole vector. So the basic IK setup, super straightforward. Drop in a basic IK, 3 points, etc. The fun in this is getting the pole vectors right. So that was method number one, using a reference null and the offset from the knee. Now let's use another way. This one where we don't have to use this null. What we can do is we can also use the same knowledge of the rotation of the knee and place it based on that. What do I mean by that? If we go to our third person character and we just take a look at what it looks like, I've dropped in this arrow as a piece that I can use as a visual reference to explain to you what's happening. So pole vector facing, when we look at which way this knee is facing, we know, for example, based on our current pole vector facing, this knee plane is slightly off to the side. So what's happening is, what we can use is we can use a little bit of vector math. So if we take the rotation of the knee and we get a vector from it, then what we can do...
Надо еще Азори это скинуть.
is we can take that vector, like let's just say, like I'm going to exaggerate, let's just say this was our knee facing. All right, using that vector, we can now take that and we can offset that to the location of our knee. Basically, using a little bit of math, we would move it up to here, and then we can place the pole vector at the end of that vector. Okay, so we're going to be doing a little bit, not too much, a little bit of vector math. So here's the plan. Let's go back and do that for our left knee. So we're going to go ahead and let's see here. This is, oh, we're setting the, which item are we setting here? Oh, this is our foot control. We want to set this before we set our pole vectors because our pole vectors are parented. You got to pay attention to order here. So our pole vector, let's do our pole vector last. Setting transformer parent, left foot control. After setting left foot pole vector control. Item. That's the knee reference. Item. Here's our pole vector control. Let's move this to the end really quickly, just so that at least we're in the right order. Okay, that gets rid of that. All right, so here's what we're going to do. This is method one. This is, let's go ahead and let's move this up here and just put a comment around it. This is going to be null reference. Now let's do the vector version of this. So first thing we need is we need to get the calf bone. So let's get the calf bone. And what we're going to do is we're going to get the rotation of that. And from that, we are going to use that rotation to rotate a vector. So let's rotate a vector. Rotate a vector. And the vector that we're going to rotate is the distance we want our pole vector position to be out in space. So if we wanted it 50 units, 100 units, and another good question to ask here is, how do you know how far away to place your pole vectors? Well, generally speaking, you want them at least far enough away so that when you bend the character's knees, the knees don't go past the pole vector, because otherwise that'll confuse it and your leg will flip to face the other way. So generally a distance that is larger than a bent knee position for your character is a good place. Animators will usually update that based on what they like. So again, continuing with our 50 units, this is basically going to take a vector and rotate it. It's going to take the vector 0, 50, 0 and rotate it to match the same facing as the knee in this case. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take the result of that and we're going to add it back to the original position of our knee. Now, if you are looking at this and you're like, vector what? There is an entire video on basics of understanding vectors, and that would potentially be a good one to check out if this is confusing to you. But effectively, we're taking a vector that goes from 0 to 50, we're rotating it to match the same facing as our knee, then we're taking that vector and we're moving it up in place, because remember, vectors have a magnitude and direction. We've got to give it a start point. So that way, this resulting position will now be the placement position for our pole vectors that we want to use. So what we're going to do is we are going to, rather than setting this with the null here, let's copy this down and let's plug it in here. Okay, so, and what we're going to do is we are going to place this into the translation. So if we compile this, by the way, right now, our knee pole vector disappears. It is, I'm not even sure where it is, but if we go ahead and bring this back in to our translation. Did you see that pop into place? So it
Прикольно.
It looks the same, but let's just go ahead and back off our knee reference just so that we can see this. Oh, okay, over here in their code, we have at the very beginning, let's just back this off to 10. So it's still there, but you can see that this placement is actually now being done based off of this vector that we've created. So we've now placed our pole vectors based on the facing of the knee. Now, this is a little bit more like the solution that you would see if you were to look into the default control ring that comes with third-person character. They use an AMAT setup, but I felt like these two methods were potentially easier to wrap your head around because remember, either one of these, it doesn't matter. Any of these, the goal is to get a knee position for this pole vector that is in line with the current facing of the knee so that down here, if you disconnect this, the knee does not move. You should not see your joints move when you disconnect that. Otherwise, you're inadvertently putting small rotations on the bones and the joints that you do not want there when you're saving out your animations and things like that. So that is the second method, basically using vector aiming to line up your knee pole vector. So that covers those two methods. Now, in each of these cases, now whenever we
Вот это намного лучший способ.
move our feet, we can place this, and then we can take this as an animator, and if we want to, we can move it off to the side. Now, if we were to try to create an example of what I was talking about confusing, real quick, if you get this too close to the base, the solver is having a huge problem figuring out how to calculate this angle. So by giving you access to this pole vector, we can basically force where this knee should be as the animator. All right, now, the thing to note that is at least worth mentioning before we wrap up today, if we compile this, take a look at our other knee. Our other knee, the facing of our other knee, and actually it's probably best seen if we go into the skeleton. So if we pull this over here, the right knee faces a different direction because it's mirrored. So you'll notice that if we look at the translations, the left knee, Y is pointing out the front. if you look at the right knee, Y is pointing out the back. So when you set up your right knee, and you can see it very quickly here, I'll show you real quick. If we were to create a null for the right knee, let's do this right here. Let's add a null, new null, and we'll call this, we will call this the right knee pull vector ref. Okay, when I look at that, if I were to try to place this in the same position, let's connect this in, connect this up. All right, and we change this to our right knee pull vector ref. We change this to 50, for example. When you look at that, you'll notice that that 50 is out the back of the leg. That's not where you want your pull vector. You want your pull vector out in front. Generally speaking, out in front. There's probably some rigging exceptions, but remember the goal here is to keep this stable. And this is probably the most used method that I've seen, especially when working with animation and animation controllers and setups. So the point here, though, is in both cases, when you're using 50, just remember for the other side, for the right side, you have to pay attention to the orientation. So for the right side, it's a negative 50. And the same applies to this vector math. The vector math for the left side, you need to multiply this output by a -1 to get the vector to point the other way. So that wraps up a quick introduction to inverse kinematics,
Крутой
how to set
чел.
up an inverse kinematic basic IK solver in Unreal Engine, as well as the tricky part, which has nothing to do with the solver. It's really all about the pull vectors, but hopefully with a better understanding of how and why your character's legs, and this also applies to arms, the plane defined by the shoulder, the elbow, and the
А
wrist.
кольца
Very
нету, не
important, same exact
женатый.
thing, the pull vector would come out the elbow in the plane of the arm. It
То есть
applies
ты
to both.
хочешь его
So
себе
Такой
захватывать?
мальчик, а
why
не
those things are set up the way they
женатый.
are, why and how that understanding helps us place those pull
Хочешь
vectors in a position,
захапать, значит,
which is
влюбился.
the best and most correct position for the way
Влюбился.
basic IK solvers are set up.
Ну, я думаю, он S-тир на самом деле в туториалах.
Стир?
Не, в туториалах. Он, не знаю, он...
А сколько у него подписчиков?
У него 20 тысяч подписчиков.
Чё так мало?
Мало?
Ну да, мало.
У него и
Если он
просмотров
настолько
мало.
хороший контент делает.
Ну, потому что он, не знаю, начал только. Ну, в любом случае. У него просто они немножко advanced. Они...
М.
Что обычно люди хотят, это они хотят и Ctrl-C,
Чётки.
Ctrl-V. А он показывает, как это делать самому и правильно. Поэтому и мало просмотров. При этом он себя пиарит очень часто на своем LinkedIn.
As always, thanks for checking out the video. Don't forget, if you like what we're doing here, help us out, spread the word. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we have the community, we have the Patreon, we have the Discord. Hop in, ask questions there. And we will see you on the next training. My name's Kevin. Take it easy.
Он крутой. S-тир. Индус, наверное, который с эффектами на 3-м месте, этот на 1-м, Али на 2-м. Потом есть какой-то бородатый, его на 3-й тоже можно. А Индус, ладно, на 4-м. Потому что я не знаю, насколько они эффективные. Хотя он сделал разбивание светлячка. Не, ну Индус должен быть на 4-м, потому что это VFX. Поэтому... И у него плохо сделано видео, но...
За акцент можно прибавить.
Но он хорошо делает. Окей.
Чё, сколько завтра вставать?
Как всегда, в 5.
Что-то спать не идёшь?
Пойду. Я в 5 встаю, чтобы полежать и выспаться. Ну как, вернее, это обычно будильник начинающий, чтобы пробудить. А так я в 6 встаю. В 6:30. Так, ну, у меня очень большая... У меня очень большие надежды. Он показал, как сделать их через луп. for each. Поэтому надо еще будет посмотреть его туториал, что он скажет про сокеты. А, у них там какие-то... Не, ну у меня тоже кружочек. Ну ладно. Все тогда на сегодня. Всем спасибо. У меня крашнулось, когда я закрыл. Куда ты
Смотри под
рестартишься?
конец-то, что я тебе отправила.
Это важно сейчас посмотреть. Так, что это?
Это мы.
Ок. Кинули кабли, если ты тут, спокойной ночи. Алихе, если ты тут. If everyone is here, good night.
ВП.
ББ. Бай-бай.